Good morning. The authorities who are present, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you to the International Summit of Education 2026 initiative that was organized by the University of Chile with the UC Bank Santander and the collaboration of the Inter-American Leadership Network. This year, we are going to talk about artificial intelligence in education, new frontiers in teaching and learning. We would like to greet everybody who is here present as well as everybody who is with us remotely. This will be presided by the rector of the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile and Mr. Francisco Gallego. And with him, we have the director of the Center of Experimentation, CPEP, of the Ministry of Education, Ms. Concha. We are also with the professor and director of the Center of Artificial Intelligence Applied, Hans Van Oostrom, who will be carrying out the inaugural conference. And in a special way, we would also like to greet the Vice Chancellor of the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile, Padre Fernández de Castro, the Vice Rector of International Affairs, Maria Montt, the Vice Rector of Digital Intelligence, Paula Aguirre, and the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Mr. Alejandro Carrasco. We are distinguished as well with their presence, Rector Mr. Carlos Diaz, the members of the Higher Council, rectors from other universities, the Professor Daniela Vélez, Vice Dean of the Faculty of the University of UC, and to all who are participating in this, Mr. Pablo Volante, Professor of the Inter-American seminars, international conference speakers, authorities, university authorities of these and other places, international and national guests, professors, directors, and professionals who are with us here today, remotely and in person, and the great audience of participants in Latin America. To be able to begin this ceremony, we will listen to the Pro-Rector of the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile, Mr. Francisco Gallego. Good morning. I am very happy to see this room full of people who are interested in education, in school and in higher education, and to see what we are dealing with as a country. I would like to, I agree with what was said before. We are very happy to have each of you here in this ceremony, the present authorities, those who are from the community of education, representatives of the public and area, and also other universities and schools directors and teachers and different school and education and higher education professionals who are here. We would also like to greet those who are watching us live. It is an honor to welcome to the International Summit of Education, UC 2026. We have a question that is urgent and passionate. How is artificial intelligence transforming education, and how do we want it to transform our education? This is going to be carried out under artificial intelligence in education, new frontiers. And in parallel, we have two spaces that contribute. We have leadership and direction, and also we have higher education management in the 2026 version. I would like to thank all of the speakers who are with us from the different parts of the world who contribute an international point of view, evidence and experience that is concrete in higher education. Mariana Macchio, José Escamilla de los Santos, in Chapiro, and Dan Lavi, and in education, Yang Fang Lu, Diego Rachel, Ezequiel Molina, and Barbara Rokov, among other experts in presentations representation selected by their quality and ownership. We would also like to greet those who will present the 44 different talks, sharing experiences of their schools, higher education, and other issues. Let me propose 3 ideas from the beginning in this inauguration. First of all, a reflection regarding nature of education in times of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence can accelerate tasks, open new ways of personalization, support in the learning of materials, improve feedback, and have higher access to resources. But none of these work if we forget what is essential. Educating is a relationship between people. It is trust, making sense purpose. It is learning to look at the reality with criteria, asking, discerning, cohabitation, and perseverance. So for a reflection regarding artificial intelligence in education, it is key to have a conversation regarding decisions more than just tools. And what we delegate, what we preserve, what we protect. Evidence and experience suggested that educational work of people cannot be replaced. It does become have more requirements. They're going to have more clarity than ever. In other words, artificial intelligence can support, but the north is still being placed by people. And the good use of these technologies is going to depend on our intentions, our ethics, our education, and our capability of forming educational community. Second, the idea of convergence in the role of the universities. An ex-president of MIT, Susan Hofffield, has used the word convergence to be able to describe how great steps forward happen when disciplines and sectors stop working separate in silos and they start working together. This summit in itself is a good example of this convergence, and here you can find school education and higher education, research and practices, academia, public policy, and educational policy, innovation of technology, experience in the classroom, Chile, the region, and the world. And this convergence is not a luxury. It is a condition so that AI can be an opportunity for education and not a new source of gaps. In education, this convergence is even much more crucial because the challenge is not only technological, it's pedagogical, institutional, cultural, and social. And what paper does the university play in this? It is a very concrete role to be a space for encounters in a bidirectional way, to produce evidence-informed capabilities, to design and implement pilots with different schools and institutions having to do with higher education, to evaluate what works and for whom, and contribute that these transformations can happen in concrete territories. One relationship that is bidirectional of trust and to learn together. This summit wants to try to do that, reflect, dialogue, and have a transference of high impact, in coherence with commitment of the Catholic University to be an agent of a positive. Now, and third, ethics on artificial intelligence and the human person. In the debate regarding artificial intelligence, there is something that is repeated, that is the technical fascination takes away from the importance of people, especially in young people and children. Papa Leon XIV expresses it, and it has to do directly with access to data should not be confused with intelligence. And in another intervention, it says that we have to recognize what characterizes a human person is essential to establish a framework of education. And taking a metaphor that has been used for education, we can think about the information as a night sky full of stars. Artificial intelligence, this is a special mention to the director that is an astronomer. Artificial intelligence is capable of counting these stars, making them, put them in categories with millimetrical precision. So the task in education is to teach to have the line between these points to form a constellation. As Papa Leon XIV says, without silence, without listening, without the human capability, it gives sense. Even the stars turn off. The algorithm can process, but only the human heart can discern the complete figure. We do not want an education that only accumulates a star of data. We want education that teaches us to navigate, guiding us through the stars. We want to form people who are capable of seeing everything together and to connect knowledge and to find ethical meaning and have a purpose in middle of the digital noise. If we take this to the daily work, the point is simple and deep. We do not want an education that is more automated. We want a more human, just, fair, and artificial intelligence is being at the service of the growth of people, their freedom, their capability of wonder, the search of the good, and with these three ideas, the purpose of today is very concrete, to learn from each other and to be able to have better questions and answers, better criteria and better strategies. Some of them are going to be technological, others are going to be pedagogical and institutional, but most require collaboration between school, higher education institutions, public sector, EPEX, and educational communities. I would like to close thanking who have made this encounter possible. The present authorities, those who sponsor and collaborate, especially the organization teams who are at the door and then the backstage, and each one of you for dedicating this day to think about the future with responsibility. We hope that this is an enriching day for everybody. Thank you very much.
We thank the words of Mr. Francisco Gallego, and now the director of the Center of Perfectioning, Elia Cruz, is going to talk with us.
Muchas gracias, muy buenos días.
Thank you. Good morning. I think the Subsecretary Orellana should be here, but I'm very honored to be presenting the government and the Subsecretary Orellana in this reflection space that is very necessary and we value a lot. That's why, as a director of CPEP, I wanted to be present in this summit. And I wanted to say that the topic that unites us all today is associated to technology, and in the CPAP there is a reflection, and the human dimension is the one that appears when we talk about AI. It's necessary permanently to rethink the school, to reimagine it, see from the school and towards the schools. The world is transformed, and to understand this transformation and the sense that it has and where is it going, or what's the sense that we would like to give it, the reflection should be permanent. Rethinking is something that never ends, and these spaces are an invitation for this. What we see, for example, in the case of AI, from the perspective of teaching, directive leadership and how the communities are made, is that AI is responsive. What do I mean by this? It's an instrument that allows us to amplify skills. It does things that in a faster way, in a more efficient way, but we are the ones to decide how we use it and for what. And above all, AI is not going to be able to replace our skill to identify human problems, to improve human life from its essence, nature, and definition. There,
problematizar,
the skill to identify problems is something that from the teaching perspective is very important. We are rethinking, why do we need to keep the portfolio that we have now? In Module 1, it needs the planning of 3 classes, something that I can ask AI to do it. And I wouldn't be able to criticize if a teacher does that to do the work in a more efficient, orderly way. So I shouldn't stop the teacher to do it. We need to think about what we want to evaluate and what we want to promote with that and how we need to use the tools. That reflection needs to be done from the teacher to its students. And there, we need to think how we are viewing the world in which we are, and the skill to build links is something that appears as well. It's not something intelligent that we see from a cognitive way, and it's not something that you can homologate to in AI. We are thinking about social intelligence, synapses between people that are going to make us more intelligent, not only to develop techniques, but to build links to be together. And that's what we saw during the pandemic, when we didn't have them, when we were forced to be separated, to lose the habit to reunite each other, to meet. There is something that we need to reflect on that goes beyond the technological dimension. And that's why we need to use it in the school, in the pedagogy, and it's going to change how we're going to build an educational community, what we need to boost, what are the opportunities, and what we want to take care of. Do we want to see, we want these to, as a tool that is not going to be seen as a threat. And for that, we need to reflect. We need to be able to think with others, and also ethical considerations. How are we going to do what's good? And we need to put more philosophy, more ethical reflection, critical thinking around the use of a tool that is here to stay and to revolutionize us. Thank you. We thank the words of Lilian Concha, and we also thank the Pro Dean, and we want to our guests to go to the first floor, and we are going to start with our first talk.
A continuación, esta conferencia inaugural está titulada Inventando y Reinventando la Universidad de la Inteligencia Artificial, dictada por el señor Hans Van Oostrom, profesor de Ingeniería
Hans Van
Biomédica en la
Oostrom is a professor of biomedical engineer at the University of Florida, and currently the acting director of Applied International Artificial Intelligence. Pablo Barceló is going to present our speaker.
Hans Van Oostrom
is professor of biomedical engineer at the University of Florida and currently the acting director of Applied Artificial Intelligence. He has a postdoctorate in anesthesiology, and he has been a key figure in the creation of educational program and in university education. He was the founder of the engineering department. He has had many positions, and he has been known for his commitment in the education. Mr. Barceló, if you want to introduce Hans Van Oostrom again. Gracias. Voy a hablar en inglés. Muchas gracias por invitarme aquí. Creo que todos estamos trabajando en un tema muy importante, el de la inteligencia artificial, cómo está cambiando nuestra educación. Creo que es crucial porque es una tecnología muy importante. Hablaré del camino que la Universidad de Florida ha hecho creando lo que llamamos una universidad con inteligencia artificial. Primero, un poco acerca de la Universidad de Florida, que quizás no sepan. Es una universidad pública en Florida. Somos una institución de terreno público, lo que significa que nos formaron para tener acceso a los estudiantes en el estado de Florida y compartimos todo lo que hacemos. Estamos a unas 2 horas en coche desde Orlando y somos una de las 7 mejores universidades públicas de Estados Unidos. Somos muy grandes, lo que produce problemas para enseñar a nuestros estudiantes, para que tengamos un impacto. Tenemos casi 60,000 estudiantes. De ellos, unos 40,000 son de pregrado. Y tenemos 6,600 profesores, más o menos. Somos una universidad muy grande, pero estamos tratando de crear temas que son relevantes para nuestros estudiantes. Y para hacerlo, en este caso, la inteligencia artificial es muy importante para nosotros. La pregunta es, ¿por qué estamos enseñando inteligencia artificial? Como saben, la inteligencia artificial está por todos lados. Hay mucha información disponible que la inteligencia artificial puede usar. Por lo tanto, podemos crear modelos en sistemas inteligentes basados en esa data. Entonces, hay pocos trabajadores que entienden la inteligencia artificial. Tenemos pocos trabajadores que conocen el tema. Supongo que en Estados Unidos pasa eso, pero supongo que en Chile también es lo mismo. Aunque no sé cómo puedo definir un trabajador de la inteligencia artificial. La industria todavía no sabe muy bien de qué se trata eso, pero sabemos que queremos entregarle a los estudiantes la base fundamental del uso ético de la inteligencia artificial y con eso queremos comenzar. ¿Cómo construimos esta Universidad de Inteligencia Artificial? Primero tuvimos la suerte de conseguirnos supercomputadores y luego la aproximación que tuvimos es que sabemos que esto es algo muy nuevo como facultad y vemos que lo que se está haciendo en la IA no se entiende completamente, pero esas facultades están en las ciencias de la computación, en ingeniería, y estamos entrenando en todas nuestras áreas. También pudimos contratar unos 100 nuevos profesores, hablé de eso también, y estratégicamente los hemos puesto en nuestras 16 universidades, o sea, en todas nuestras instituciones, porque es importante que entreguemos entrenamiento en IA para todos. Eso significa los estudiantes de historia, los de ciencia, los de lenguaje, en cualquier lugar donde la IA pueda ser útil. Una vez que podemos entrenar a los profesores, podemos modificar algunos cursos o currículums, mallas curriculares, y luego nos comprometemos a enseñar esos cursos y podemos seguir el contenido de lo que les estamos enseñando y si lo están aprendiendo bien o mal. Más detalles respecto a eso. Primero empezamos con Chris Malekowski, que aparece en la fotografía, es uno de los cofundadores con
NVIDIA. Chris Malekowski happens to be one of our graduates. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. And he came back to the university and asked our provost and said, if I give you a supercomputer, what would you do with it? And our provost said, I would embed AI across the curriculum. I would teach all of our students something about AI. So that has kind of been the start. This was about 5-6 years ago. That was before ChatGPT came out. So Chris, of course, as a company, had some foresight on what their hardware could do. And you know, artificial intelligence has been around for many years. When I wrote my PhD dissertation in 1993, I used artificial intelligence. But it was very simple. We didn't have the computers that we have now to create these very complex models. We didn't have the electronic data that we have today. So the advent and the big jump we have in artificial intelligence today is because we have these supercomputers that can create these models. And of course, Chris was ahead of that because he knew what was coming. And so this is why we actually were ahead of anybody else. So he did give us a supercomputer. Obviously, just the hardware is not enough. We had to try to get a lot of money to provide a space for it, to provide power to it, and everything else that goes with it. But that has really been the initial step for us to go very deep into artificial intelligence. So that has resulted in what we call HyperGator. Gators is our mascot, right? Florida Gators. So HyperGator, high performance Gator. We're currently at our 4th version. We keep investing money. It is currently the fastest university-owned supercomputer. And we just upgraded it again late last year. And it is available to other institutions in the state of Florida. We provide it as a resource to the state. So it is, for us, a central thing. And it also makes it easier to ask our state government, which is our primary funding source, to give us more money for it. Because if we say this benefits the whole state, that allows us to get more investments to really keep it up to date. And this is not something individual institutions can do easily on their own. This is sometimes very difficult. So the message there is share your resources and find ways to fund them in a more central way, because it is otherwise difficult to do on your own and to get a high quality system that can do everything. It is used by education. I'll talk a little bit about that, but it's primarily used in research. And this is not research by computer scientists or engineers. This is research by everybody at our institution. So to train our faculty, we built this AI Squared Center that I'm the director currently. I actually just got appointed permanent director, so no more interim. And part of that is an AI Learning Academy, which is specially designed to teach faculty about AI. We have a number of training that faculty can do. From a premier training is a 4-day in-person workshop that we hold between the semesters, and we can train faculty really in group sessions. But we realized that doing that at 40 faculty at a time is not very efficient. As I said, we have 6,700 faculty, so that doesn't really help a lot if we do that in small groups. So we have now developed that content in an online fashion. So faculty, it's not quite been released, but faculty soon can get an official credential in artificial intelligence based on the training materials that we provide. So when we hired faculty, because we were able to convince our governor that the artificial intelligence is really important to the state. If we develop a workforce in artificial intelligence, that will benefit the state. And therefore, the governor has been able to invest in faculty lines. And so we were able to get over 100 new faculty hires. And when we received those lines, we decided not to put them in computer science and engineering, but we decided to put them everywhere, all throughout our 16 colleges. So this is a list of our 16 colleges that we have at the university. We're a very comprehensive institution. You can study almost anything at our institution. And these are the numbers of faculty that were hired in those colleges based on where they were hired. And you can point out a few things. So one, every college is represented, obviously some more than others. Now, some of these colleges are different sizes as well. You got to keep that in mind. One that jumps out to me is the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. There's a lot of AI work done in agriculture, trying to grow crops in a more efficient way using artificial intelligence is really ramping up very rapidly. So we were able to place 16 faculty there. Obviously, the College of Engineering still has a lot of faculty researchers, but also College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, we've hired a lot of faculty there to help boost that college. Now that is our biggest college, so obviously you would expect more there, but College of Medicine, there is so much electronic medical data available now that can be utilized to find new ways of treating disease, and they are a very active group. And then the other one that I'll point out is the College of Business. So business obviously has a real big push for using AI to create more efficient business practices, and they have really been ramping up there as well. So the message here is that you get new faculty, you don't just hire AI researchers, but you hire AI researchers in all different topic areas. Because once you hire these faculty, they will start to form a source of knowledge within that college. So they will be the person that if somebody else wants to do AI, they can go to that person. They're already part of the discipline. They understand the discipline, but they also understand AI. And so when we looked at use of our supercomputer, initially it was computer science and engineering using the supercomputer. Today, every college is using it. So this has really been something that really worked for us. So part of our education is, so now when we teach courses in AI, we're not just saying, okay, you should put some AI in your courses. We've created a formal framework of capturing the level of AI, the content, and the amount of content and the level in those courses. And so we formed a faculty committee, which we call the AI Education Committee, which is a university level committee with representatives of all of our colleges. And some of these are these new hires that we just hired. And with that committee, we're evaluating course content. And these are the 5 labels that your course can get. And so if you say, okay, my course has AI, you can submit it to the committee. The committee will take a look and decide what level of AI should this course have. And it sort of goes from very low level of enabling AI. This is a course that maybe has only 10% or between 10 and 50% of content in AI. So this could be a course where AI is used to do assignments. There's an introduction on how it is relevant to the discipline, but it is not overwhelming AI content. Then we have the different levels of know AI, use AI, and evaluate and create AI. As you can see, those are increasing levels of complexity. And for that, your course will have to have 50% or more AI content. So that really becomes more of an AI course, but there's still room for the discipline as well. And then the last label that we can tag a course with is AI ethics. And obviously ethics is crucial to understanding and properly using AI. And so we have a special competency related to ethics. So one way of embedding AI across the curriculum is to provide a credential that can be taken by any student at the university. In Florida, through our accreditor, a certificate is an official university credential. You apply to the certificate, you take the courses, and you apply to graduate with it. So it shows up on your transcript. It is an official university credential. And so this was one of the first things we created, which was this AI undergraduate certificate. And it represents the way that we teach AI, which has usually three parts. One is a foundational part, a literacy of AI part, and the second is ethics, and the third part is application to a discipline. So this is represented here. The certificate has two required courses. One is Fundamentals of AI. It teaches you what AI is, how does it work. You get to build your own little model. We use our AI supercomputer. And this is an immensely popular course. We currently have over 800 students enrolled this semester. And this has been the same every semester. So we teach thousands of students every year. And almost can't keep up. This is taught online in order to have a large capacity. Ethics, Data, and Technology is taught by our philosophy department. And this is a course that is taught in a more traditional way in small groups of 20. Obviously, lots of groups of 20 because we also want the capacity there. That probably will move to an online format as well. Because it is a bit of a bottleneck for us now. And then the third course is an elective in the discipline. And I'm listing a few of them here. These are not all the options we have available. I think we're between 12 and 15 options right now. We encourage all of the colleges to develop this third course that uses what they've learned in these first two courses and then apply it to their discipline. So this is and the students can pick from any of the disciplines. They don't necessarily have to be in ag to take the ag course, but it depends a little bit on prerequisites and all that. But again, this is the structure of our certificate. Any student can apply, any student can take this certificate and graduate with it. And it shows up great. It's something you can put on your resume, and they really learn the foundational and ethical parts, which is really important to us. If you don't understand the foundations, it is very difficult to understand what AI is giving you and why is it giving you that, and therefore how do you actually make decisions based on what you're getting from the AI. And that's where the ethical part comes in. So all these parts are very important. So if we look at course enrollments, this is from the last 2 years. It includes the current spring semester that just started in our institution this week. And these are the different colleges and the number of students enrolled in AI courses. So remember that we tagged all these courses. We have over 200 of them tagged. And because we have them tagged, it is part of our registrar system. So we can see when students enroll and what kind of courses are they enrolling in. And one thing that really jumps out is the College of Business. The College of Business is by far the largest in enrollments in AI courses. And the reason is because they started a few years ago with revamping their curriculum to include AI. And one of the things that they require is in their introductory courses, there's a sequence of courses. One of the courses is focused on AI. And because every single student must take that course, there is a lot of enrollment in there. And so this is why they jump out. Obviously, the College of Business is a very large college for us as well. But that really is an outlier in this graph. College of Liberal Arts and Sciences is big. journalism is big, so you can kind of see some of these areas that are really taking advantage of teaching AI in their curriculum. And for us, that's ultimately we'd like more courses in some of these other areas. Education is low, the arts could be bigger. Medicine is not really showing here because this is mostly undergraduate and graduate students, and they don't teach a lot of students. They do a lot of research in the area. But this is how we keep track of enrollments, and that's a lot of face time with students in AI. So we're really accomplishing something here. So what are we doing in the future? So we're not done with implementing AI across the curriculum, but we are going to look at additional things. And so we had a group of faculty get together and brainstorm ideas of what the University of Florida should do over the next 5 or so years in artificial intelligence. And that's a bit of a scary thing to predict, right? I don't know what AI will look like in a year. But we do have to think about some of these things so that we can really plan for the future. So one of the, I'll go through this kind of quickly, personal AI assistants. We feel that there is enough technology now to provide AI assistants that can help individuals. This could be students, this could be faculty, this could be staff. We're building a living laboratory, which is our name for an infrastructure that can build digital twins of our institution. And so we have the ability to create a model, which is really what a digital twin is, of our institution and try out different things to try to save energy or to try to optimize enrollment or any of the other problems that we might have. We're building UF agents, and in my definition, an agent is an AI tool that will do things for you. So it's not just talking to you, but it is also doing things for you. So for example, a student could ask, enroll me in the next semester by looking at what I need to take, what's available, and I only like to take courses on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And the AI could go and build the schedule, and not only build the schedule and present it to the student, but potentially register the student into those courses. We're not at that point today, but there is the notion that there should always be a human in the loop. So either the student needs to say, yes, this looks reasonable, go do it, or an advisor is involved in verifying that this is the appropriate course of action for the students. So we always say with the human in the loop, because we can't say AI is making these decisions, and when it's the wrong decision, it's the AI's fault. There should always be a human that can be blamed, right? So we're building a UF AI infrastructure, an ecosystem, which is really important because I don't know about your institution, but our data is in 10, 20 different systems, and nothing talks to each other, which is, it's 2026, it should be better. So we're combining a lot of data and making it AI ready so that we can build these systems. We will continue the AI literacy training through the AI Squared Center that I lead. There is still a lot that needs to be taught, and we don't want to forget natural resource impacts and resilience. Obviously, data centers have a big impact. We're really cautious about that. We have already reduced our power use for cooling by 50% by implementing intelligent ways of doing it, and we need to do more of that. And then the last one is robotics to support facilities. We already have our lawnmower robot, and there are more things that we want to plan there. So this is what's happening at the University of Florida. This is what we've been doing. We have a couple of things that you can learn more. We have a summit coming up in Orlando. Orlando is a great place to be in March, and so I invite all of you to come. Registration is currently open. We will do kind of two things. One is talk more about what we've done at the University of Florida, but also we had a summit last year around the same time frame, and a lot of universities in the US came. There were a lot of provosts. There have been a lot of implementation of similar ways at other institutions, and we've invited those programs back to come talk about that. How have you done implementing AI education in your institution? So we've really been trying to throw out there what we've done, but we recognize that every institution is different, and so we do have differences in how that gets implemented in other institutions. And we would love to learn back what has been done. Last year, the conference filled up at 450 participants. This year, we have room for 500. There was a wait list of 100 last year. So if you're interested, register now. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Muy interesante, Hans, muchas gracias. Una charla muy iluminadora. Personalmente, yo sigo la experiencia de University of Florida hace varios años. Lo he conversado con varias autoridades y ex autoridades acá de la universidad y pensamos que es realmente un ejemplo a seguir y también creemos que es un privilegio contar contigo acá para poder recibir tu experiencia de primera mano.
That might help us to how our institution is progressing, guided by AI, supported by AI. So, the first thing that I wanted to ask you is, it seems that the initiative that you have is very centralized, top-down. It's a top-down approach. How do you mix this with the initiatives of every unit? Do you have a committee with all the units? I'm thinking about policies, maybe different policies, teaching policies in AI or etc. So on.
Yeah, so I think that's a good observation.
Sí, creo que es una buena observación.
The first thing is that having it across the institution, it needs to be at a high level. So for us, that is the provost office. So our center is part of the provost office. That allows us to reach a lot of different colleges. But all of the curriculum resides in the colleges and the departments. And so we don't try to interfere there and mandate things. We try to do it more organically by providing resources in a way that every college and department can utilize. And so when we did the faculty hires, that benefited the colleges, but it also provided a resource for those colleges to develop curriculum. And we are also doing some incentives for course development. So we have a little bit of money set aside for faculty throughout the institution to develop content and courses. So again, that is from an institutional level, but the incentives can be taken advantage of in the departments. So we try not to mandate too many things. I think when we're looking at policies, I get a lot of questions about what's your AI policy, what's your policy on using AI in courses, what's your policy on academic honesty. And it is a difficult question. I think the way I see it is AI is another tool that students can use and abuse. And I am not sure that it warrants its whole own policy. So we have existing policies in place for example, academic honesty, use of computer resources, acceptable use agreements, all those things. We need to look at them again to see if they cover everything, but I'm not sure that we have very specific individual policies surrounding AI. So that is another notion. So in that sense, as a university-wide institutional level group, we're not imposing things on other faculty and colleges and departments. So I think that's important. But it's also important that we put it at the institution level, because if we put it in, for example, engineering, we have a very large college of engineering, then we have the engineers talking to the engineers. And the engineers will not talk to the historians because they don't know them. And then it becomes very difficult to create these kinds of collaborations and to teach those groups about AI.
Una cosa que llama poderosamente la atención del caso de la University of Florida.
Attention of the University of Florida is to have access to computer resources that are very important. It's difficult for an institution to have that level of computer resources. I understand that one of the founders of NVIDIA, you mentioned it, it's a graduate from the university. How central has this been for you, and what advice would you give a university like us that we don't have that many resources and it's difficult to get more resources? So how can we what can we do with the scarcity of resources? Esa es una buena pregunta. Depende de lo que quieran hacer.
Artificial intelligence, you don't necessarily need a supercomputer. I think some of the things we're teaching students can be done in different means, and perhaps using some of the models that exist, like ChatGPT and other resources. I think if you're going to be doing a lot of research and trying to crunch a lot of data, you do need a supercomputer. I think for us, we are really the only AI supercomputer in the state, and so we have collaborated with other institutions because we are state-funded, not a private university. We're able to get some resources from the state, so that has been helpful. But by doing it in a way that we collaborate with all the other institutions, it becomes a statewide initiative rather than a single entity doing it. We also have a lot of interest from the federal government to implement supercomputers in every state, and there's going to be some directions through the National Science Foundation where there's some funding available, so sometimes there is this research funding possible, in this case from the federal government, but they want institutions to look at the model the University of Florida has developed as an example. And so we now meet with a lot of other state groups, and sometimes these state groups are university consortiums with industry, because there's a lot of need from industry as well. So I think building a supercomputer on your own is very difficult. The resources are tremendous and very difficult to get. But if you try to create a consortium, that could be other institutions, educational institutions, but also research groups, and provide a mechanism for them to access it, then that becomes easier. And so I see a lot of states doing that. And there's almost no university on their own taking it on in the US. So you have to have a larger group of people. And yes, we started the conversation because Chris Malachowski came to us, so that really helped. I think the initial investment was great, but we've since spent double, triple that amount of money with state funds because it is ultimately not enough just to buy the hardware. You have to do everything else that surrounds it.
Hardware, se necesitan todo lo que es alrededor de esta
Vimos en tu charla varios ejemplos de cómo la IA se está integrando en los currículums de diferentes carreras dentro de la universidad y de los distintos niveles en los que
the AI is being taught, from basic courses to courses where we create in artificial intelligence. But on another hand, many of the professors are interested in how to use AI to improve their
¿Cómo lo han fortalecido y qué tipo de experiencias podrías compartir con nosotros en ese sentido?
La IA es una herramienta en educación. Creo que ese es un tema muy grande y estamos trabajando en eso también. Acabamos de lanzar el semestre pasado un tutor de inteligencia artificial que puede ser usado por los profesores para ayudar a los estudiantes.
Course, and instead of doing a lot of office hours and remedial sessions with students, they can actually ask questions to the tutor, and that will guide them through the material. We did that only in 5 or 6 courses last semester, but it was very positively received. So there was a lot of positive feedback. We're rolling it out to more courses now. I think there's more to be done there because just giving everybody access to a tool, again, is not sufficient. You have to really do it in a controlled way. We used a AI tutor that is publicly available from a group in Canada, and we modified it as an open source tool. I think we're happy to share what we've done there because ultimately it doesn't make sense for every institution to do their own. So we'll probably share back with the group in Canada with what we have changed. But that is one way to do that. I think faculty need to be trained in using AI if they're going to use it in their courses, if they're going to build their slides, if they're going to be building their assessments using AI, if they're going to auto-grade with AI. I think we've got to be very careful because you can't have that faculty member just do that on their own without really understanding what they're doing and really verifying the work that they're doing. Because I think ultimately you have to have that human in the loop. AI can help with a lot of tasks that seem straightforward. I mean, if there is some repetitive task, AI can do that very well. So that's okay, but you gotta think about some of these higher level cognition kind of tasks. And perhaps that is evaluating a research paper or things like that, where we do have to have professors do the work themselves. But I think there's a lot of opportunity that we can use. As you know, students are all using AI. They are already doing it, right? Have they learned how to do it wisely? Do they understand that if they ask a question that it's only going to answer based on the knowledge that the model has? And it's not the universal knowledge that may be out there. And if they ask the professor a question, it may give a different answer. So I do think that the training of the students is crucial. By ignoring it, I don't think we get anywhere. I think if we just let it be and, okay, students will use any tool that they want, that's true, but we can give them some guidance in how best to use the tool and what is it that it can do, and especially what is it that it cannot do. I think that's really important. So training of faculty and students is really paramount. That's really why we started there.
Ustedes han logrado insertar a más de 100 académicos vinculados con áreas de IA en distintas facultades dentro de su universidad. Acá en la Universidad Católica hemos tratado de hacer cosas similares. En algunos casos ha funcionado bien, en otros casos ha sido bastante complejo encontrar a las personas porque tenemos un montón de competencia por parte de la empresa privada. Eso es aún más fuerte en Estados Unidos. ¿Cómo uno logra convencer a un académico que vaya a trabajar en estas cosas en la universidad? Claro, uno puede decir salario, pero cuando le dicen que Facebook maneja cifras de
numbers that are much higher, financially speaking, what convinces an academic in one of these areas, not thinking about those that are in computer science, but those who are in applied AI or in other areas, that they can come work at the university? And in that sense, do you allow some of your academics to work with the private companies in a deal that could be maybe 1 day a week or something like that, where they can have their research and they can work also with the data of that company? Muy buena pregunta.
Let me start with the hiring. I think the hiring is very difficult. I do agree with that. I think there are a lot of opportunities for these faculty in these different areas in industry with astronomical salaries. I think you have to find what a faculty member is interested in. They want to be academics. They want to do research. And so then you have to provide them with an environment where they can do that really well. The AI supercomputer for us has been a tool for doing that, because obviously having access to that tool, we can write that into startup packages that they get a certain amount of compute time while they get their research started. The use of our supercomputer is not free. It costs us money to run it, so we do charge faculty. But by doing that as an incentive to come work for us, we can provide some of those resources. I think ultimately these faculty want to do research and want to be academics. I think probably we're all in academia because we want to do that, even though we could make more money in industry. And so you do have to have a convincing story of what are they able to do and achieve while they're an academic. This is a brand new field, so the impact can be tremendous, and so we can focus on that. We do have some ability for faculty to work with industry. It often gets very complicated because of intellectual property and secrets that the companies have that they don't want to get out, and once you start mixing that with research where we want to get everything out there and publish everything, that often becomes difficult. We do have some mechanisms. We're not in a great place in Gainesville, Florida, where we're not a big city, and so we don't have a lot of local companies, and so that becomes a bit of an issue for us. We do try to reach out to other areas in the state to get these kinds of connections. I think ultimately working with industry can be impactful. I think, as I said before, if you develop a supercomputer that involves industry, then you kind of make a more natural connection with academia and industry. So that could potentially work. But it hasn't been easy for us to hire faculty. I think we've been lucky in a way. It did take us several years to get these faculty hired. And sometimes the question is, what's the level of AI that these faculty have? Sometimes it's more of a desire, and some start to work in this area. And so if we support them, they can develop that in-house. And so that has been another way of providing the support and resources that these faculty need. That's ultimately important, I think.
Well, I would like to thank you, Hans, for being here. It's been very enlightening for us, and I hope that this is the beginning of an ongoing conversation with the University of Florida.
Con la Universidad de Florida. Tenemos mucho que aprender de su experiencia, así que muchas gracias y espero que disfrute su visita en Chile. Muchas gracias. We would like to thank Mr. Van Oostrom for his intervention. That is so interesting, and also Pablo Barceló for his comments, and who will also give him an acknowledgement. And now we have finalized the inaugural ceremony of the version 2026 of this International Summit of Education UC. And now we would like to invite Ms. Daniela Vélez, Vice Dean of the Faculty of Education of the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile and Director of the Higher Education. And we would also like to invite Paulo Volante, Academic of the Faculty of Education of the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile and also Director of the Academic of the Inter-American Day of Leadership and Direction in Schools, and who are going to greet us now. Thank you very much. I would like to greet each of you. And for me, it is a pleasure to be here presenting the Higher Education Management Seminar that is going to be carried out today. Today, we have two different tracks. We have the Higher Education track and the one of School Leadership. And after the presentation that we have just received by Hans Van Oostrom regarding the experience of the University of Florida, we have a coffee outside at 10:30 until 11 a.m. And therefore, we would like to invite you to be back here at 11 a.m. since there we will have 4 international speakers from our guests. We will begin at 11 a.m. with José Escamilla de los Santos, who is Associate Director of the Institute for Future of the Tecnológico of Monterrey. He's going to be speaking about artificial intelligence, challenges and opportunities for education, and specifically the experience of the Tecnológico of Monterrey. And for this, we will have Álvaro Salas, who will be the moderator, who is professor of the Faculty of Education of the Catholic University. We will continue with Ib Shapiro, who is Director of Knowledge in Beyond 12. She will be speaking about Design for Equity, a framework for responsible AI and ethics in the support of university education. We will have as moderator Professor Juan Larraín, who is the Director of the Applied Ethics Institute in our university. We will then have a pause for lunch between 1 and 2:15 to be back at 2:15 p.m. with Mariana Maggio, who is the Director of Masters and the Career of Technological Education Specialization, the Faculty of Philosophy and Letters, and who is also a member of the National Council of Quality in Education. Mariana is going to share about reinventing teaching in times of artificial intelligence, the challenge of continuing as humans. And there we will have the moderation. The moderator will be Magdalena Claro, who is Associate Professor of Education and Director of the Center of Politics and Practices of Education. And we will also have education then we will come back at 3 and we will have a remote talk with Dan Levy, who is a teacher in Harvard Kennedy School and also a member of JPAL. He will share with how artificial intelligence changes in teaching in real time, teaching from the University of Harvard. And in the afternoon, we are going to then have, as every year, different talks in different themes of higher education. We are going to have some having to do with experience and technological tools of information of higher education, as well as internationalization, research and innovation in education, higher education, mediated by digital technology. And then we are also going to have strategic management, institutional transformation, and innovation with artificial intelligence. It is very interesting and important to be able to state that all of these talks that are highly competitive, there are many that we received this year for the summit, and they include a diversity not only of the different themes, but also of higher education institutions. We have universities, technical formation or vocational institutions who are going to be enriching our conversation and dialogue regarding artificial intelligence. I hope you can stay throughout the day, since we will end at 5:40 with a coffee and then with a few closing words to be able to close this summit today. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, especially our authorities and our invited guests. It is a pleasure to be here and to present our program for the school leadership and direction. This is the 15th, and in the last 15 years, without any interruption, we have shared in the second week of January, we have shared this opportunity together. And today we have some innovations. For example, we have the higher education, which allowed us to this inauguration where we were able to hear about the implementation. I think it's very important to observe what is being done
to be able to progress in this. In our today, we are going to start with the presentation with Yafan Lu, our guest from Asia Pacific for Leadership and Change. She has done a long trip to be here, and from this center they have been with us in many journeys. She is going to present her talk, Future Challenges of Leadership for the advances in AI from Asia Pacific. And Magdalena Claro is going to be presenting her. Then we're going to have the conference. The conference of the Professor Ezequiel Molina. He arrived yesterday, and he's going to present his experience, the free director, how the AI can free spaces from directors to focus in what's most important, the experience of teaching and the achievements of learning. Thank you for that. We are also going to have an interesting talk from the Professor Ernesto Triviño, who is going to inaugurate the public presentation of Leadership Center for the Transformation of Territories that the Catholic universities started recently. It's going to be an opportunity to work linked in the next period, and at the same time is an opportunity to contribute in the development of the learning leadership. From 1 to 4, then we're going to do a break for lunch, and we're going to come back at 2:15 with a conversation where Francisco Gallego, who inaugurated this talk, is going to talk with Thiago Rachet, co-founder and CEO of Litras. This is interesting because we wanted to show how academy and the practice side can dialogue and do synergy in relation to their hypothesis and practice. And very important, between 3 and 4:30, we are going to have our traditional segment of talks, where many of the ones that are here, we have already greeted some of the professors from other universities and also from schools. This is also a space to allow the exchange of leaders from other educational institutions, teachers in general, to be able to go to different rooms. I think we have 4 rooms with different talks, with experiences from schools, national, but also from Ecuador and Argentina. Then we're going to have a little break. And at 4:30, we are going to hear a panel, an international panel, where the Professor Michael Johannek, our friend and collaborator of this experience for a long time, director of the Inter-American Network of School Leadership, where we are doing an effort to intensify the relationships between directors and leaders of school leaders of the Americas, and the material that we use in these journeys used during the year as well. Magdalena Fernandez is going to be here as well. She is Senior Director of the Development Global School Leader, which is a global network that is working in the research of countries in the South, Asia, Latin America, and then right now are also with us through streaming and different ways from WhatsApp as well, in different parts of the world, with different time zones. We are also thankful to be closing the today between 5:10 and 5:40, as the program says, with the presentation of Professor Barbara Rogoff. Most of you know her for her ethnic studies and constructivist psychology. She has learned in different communities in the Americas. And why is this important? Because I think we are going to talk about what's most important to us, learning in different ways, and particularly how children teach us how to adopt, use, and renew tools, like, for example, tools like the ones that we're going to see today. At the end of the day, we are going to have a summary where the Pro-Dean, Francisco Gallego, is going to help us to understand what we saw during the day, along the Vice Dean, Daniela Vélez, and also me. I'm going to be during this closure. Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and let's make the most of this journey to be together, to greet each other, and to inspire us during 2026. Thank you. We thank the directors of both journeys and for this presentation, and all the guests. Before we go to the coffee break, I want to remind you a few things. The ones that have signed up for the 22nd journey are going to come back to this room, and the ones that are going to the work in the direction and leadership for schools are going to go to the meeting room called aula magna.
Les recuerdo que
I also remind you that the interpreters
son posibles de usar solo en los salones que
can be used only in the rooms. So
tienen ir a la jornada escolar.
if you have used the devices for this room, please leave them here and ask for other devices in the other room.
Para la señal Wi-Fi,
And for the Wi-Fi zone, you need to put UC in
creo que no me queda
low keys to be
ninguna
able to connect.
situación adicional.
I think that's all. I invite you to have coffee and let's continue at 11 in both journeys.
In one more minute, we will begin with the presentations that are on our program. So we would like to invite you to please take a seat. So we will go on with the program for higher education, but I would first remind you that we are connected by streaming, and those of you who are seeing us through the YouTube channel, there is a possibility of selecting both seminars within the channel and also the language that you want to be listening to. Having said this, we are going to present now the international conference called Artificial Intelligence, Challenges and Opportunities for Education, the Experience of Tech from Monterrey. It is by José Escamilla de los Santos, Associate Director of the Institute for the Future of Education at Tecnológico de Monterrey. Commentator is Álvaro Salinas, Associate Professor at the Faculty of Education and Academic Director of the UC Observatory of Digital Educational Practices. José Escamilla de los Santos is an expert in administration of innovation and design, management, implementation, evaluation, and investigation of e-learning and m-learning programs for continuous and higher education. And he is also associate, which is part of the Tecnológico of Monterrey. He's also president of Higher Education and Research, Global Challenges in the Worldwide University Network, and also member of the Advisory Committee for Ethics in Education, and the Digital Credentials Leadership Council and another council. So I would like to leave you now with Professor Escamilla.
Muchas gracias. ¿Se oye?
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for this invitation to the Catholic University of Chile and the Education Conference. It is always great to be back in this city and in this university, and thank you for Álvaro for the conversations that we have had before this, and I hope that it can be seen in the presentation. I come from Tecnológico Monterrey, and I study for the future in education, and as the University of Florida, I would like to give some information of the institute. It is a
Fines de
private
lucro, una universidad de la sociedad.
university.
Para la sociedad tenemos 90,000 alumnos,
We have 90,000 students,
26 campus en 22 ciudades,
26
8 de
campuses
estos
in
campus
many cities,
concentran
and 8
alrededor de
of
los
them concentrate
80% de
around
nuestros
80%
alumnos.
of our students.
Y en el área
And in the area of ongoing education, we have 150,000 students a year, approximately. That is an idea of what we do. And another clarification is that our founder is from MIT, but we are a complete university. I would just like to clarify the name. We have design, architecture, medicine, etc. So we are a university that is a full university. We are also a university that is well known and recognized but for innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. And that is the context that we are in. In 2020, TEC sent its new vision to 2030 and decided to have a small interdisciplinary institute to resolve important problems of humanity. And since we carry out many things having to do with educational innovation, we decided to create IFE, which is for higher education and ongoing learning for adults. And I have a short video that I'm going to show you that explains a little bit what we do. The global challenges require abilities that can respond to the dynamic changes that we deal with in the industries and in the society. And that is why the Tecnológico of Monterrey founded Institute for the Future of Education, IFE. This is an open platform and collaborative platform with the dream of improving the lives of many millions of people around the world, transforming higher education and learning throughout life. In IFE, we want to offer a fair education. In other words, that it can be flexible, adequate, inclusive, and relevant. And through our initiatives, we collaborate with people from academia, professionals, entrepreneurs, and leaders to generate interdisciplinary research, entrepreneurship, technological transference projects that are of impact, advisory, and to be able to disseminate and create communities in this area. We want to break barriers and close the gaps to be able to connect opportunities of learning in an effective way for everybody. We have a lot of ways of co-creating a positive future and incrementing the results of knowledge with us. Let's build together the future of education. So that is IFE, what we do. And we have a dream that we call it this way in a poetic way because the institution has a vision and it's the only one that we can have. Nobody can have a vision. So our dream is to improve the lives of millions of people, but we do this not directly touching the people, but transforming higher education and transforming learning throughout life, and also with a focus on working workforce. And we see this through research, innovation, and dissemination. We are a team of 150 people in the Institute. Half of them have to do with research approximately, and half are in impact themes. Here you can see the directors of the Institute, and a lot of what we do in research, we want it to be applied to then transfer it. So we carry out activities, or we have a commitment with the impact. So we carry out strong impact of dissemination. We'll show you more in a minute. We have projects with governments, with universities, supporting and advisory and consulting. And we also have entrepreneurship in education of technology within the Institute. And then after these presentations, I'm going to go into the agenda. And we have 4 things that I would like to talk about in the time that I have. And I think it's great to start a little bit talking about artificial intelligence in the workplace and also the whys of artificial intelligence in education. And then I'm going to be technical optimistic, and then in the challenges I'm going to see, or we will see the challenges that present themselves, and then we will try to guide of where to start, where do we begin, what to do. So I hope that some things can be interesting, but they can also be very practical from this presentation. So let's begin with artificial intelligence. It is not only ChatGPT, it is many other things. It is anything that we think that if a human would do it, it would be intelligent. And before ChatGPT existed, we already had artificial intelligence. It's been around 60 years approximately as a concept. I studied this in my doctorate, and in 1994, I was working on artificial intelligence in education. So this is not only since 2022 when ChatGPT comes out. And some of the areas, or the most important areas, are automatic learning, and there are some language ones like ChatGPT. We also have in education, you have vision through computer, which it can also see emotions, conducts, and the stress of the students with its implications, of course, and it could also be useful. And then robotics, which we have used quite a bit, educational robotics, especially in elementary and high school, and processing of natural language. That is something that we also have on hand. So if I ask somebody today, is CD artificial intelligence? They'll say, no, that's not artificial intelligence. It's another characteristics of artificial intelligence is that people generally call it artificial intelligence only to that one new component of artificial intelligence. Once it's incorporated in society, people don't think it's artificial intelligence anymore. So what I want to transmit is that when we talk about artificial intelligence, there is a boom for a generative AI, but we have to think of other ways of AI that have different ways of working, and some of them are even safer than generative AI. What is the power of a generative AI? It puts in the hand of an individual person being able to do different things with AI without having to have programming knowledge. With natural language, you can interact, request things, and that is a great power of artificial intelligence that is generative, and that is a disruptor that is very important. And speaking about the future, there is a lot of speculation and studies of work that is going to disappear, that is going to be transformed. And in the next 5 to 10 years, there is a study that talks about 40% of the jobs are going to change, some are going to be created, and some are going to be transformed. So a lot of this change is also through the digital technology, not only through AI, but we are already starting to see it. I have coworkers who work in corporations, and there's no data, but I do know through them that many of the corporations are firing an important amount of people in the different companies, wanting to have these efficiencies of artificial intelligence. And we are still going to see if they are efficient. They're not there yet. We are going to see if they come. And also in programming, we are starting to see that the young people that are programmers, at least in the United States and Europe, they're not finding work as easily anymore. Even those who are graduating from great colleges like Stanford and MIT, they're having a hard time finding work because they say I can substitute one programmer with AI, and it is much more efficient, which also causes problems from the point of view of what's going to happen if all of the programmers that are experts, where are they going to be? Where are those? What is going to happen to them? That is part of a conversation that is going to take us to the future of work. And this is also important because universities, we create people for life and for citizens, and work is also part of life. So how is this going to obligate us or force us, or already is, to transform us and make us rethink? And artificial intelligence in education, why? What do we want to use it for? And the truth is that in education, when we have something, this is what is going to save us, a technology. We take on the technology and we say, this is the hammer, and now I'm going to hit everything with this hammer of technology, and the hammer that we bring now is of AI, that is generative AI. And my proposal is that take time. Don't put things backwards. Don't place pressure. I don't know if this is an expression that is used here in Chile. Let's not put the wagon in front of the animals. So why do we want to use technology? And this little framework that I am presenting here can be used for any kind of technology, not only for technologies of AI. And they are some whys that they allow you to think in what is the problem and then see how you apply it with AI, and that you don't create something that may not have any value. In the Tecnológico of Monterrey, we have a procedure of experimentation. Practically everything that we do in a certain scale in the institute, in the Tec of Monterrey, is carried out through a program. We have a pilot, we have research on that pilot program, we see the results, we improve, and then we have analysis of cost benefit. And if this analysis is correct, then we go on a higher scale, and then we come back and do it in the implementation. So this process allows us to verify if we are resolving a why, for the reason why we are doing it, and that we don't use technology only for the hype that is at that time. I hope you can read it. I'm not going to talk about everyone. I'm just going to mention a few of them to be able to discuss, and then I'm going to go on to the challenges. So I think that there are many here which are very interesting. One of them is probably is to improve the teaching and learning. There is this promise that with AI, we can personalize, the students can have the activities that are personalized, etc. And I would like to share with you about a project, and on the other side of improving the learning and teaching is the second bullet here. It is for the teachers, because the teachers are the ones who design all of these activities, all of these materials, and it allows us to improve the processes in the interaction with the students, but also in our teaching job. In the Tec of Monterrey, we started a project before ChatGPT came out with that adaptive learning, and we do it for courses that are the massive courses that we have. We admit 12,000 students a year to the pre-grad, and And you can imagine there is a great opportunity to carry out things that can be cost effective and that can be, even though they're expensive, they can have a large amount of students. The adaptive learning is old school AI. It is not something that is new. However, there are systems, there are tools, there is documentation. So we start with these projects from beforehand. And in the first studies that we carried out, this is an example of how it works. You can see that they are in the axis of X, the number of interactions or activities that the students carry out. And on the yes axis is the competencies. It could be objectives of learning, or it could be something else that the students have to cover. So when we go on the video, you can see that the students start to carry out their activities. And this model is mastery learning, so all students have to reach 100% of all of the activities. They cannot be with a 70 or 80%. They have to reach 100. And we can see how there are students that quickly reach the 30 competencies, but there are students who take more than 200 interactions to be able to reach those competencies. So how do we get to this point? Carrying out research. We had at the beginning small groups or a few groups, and in the research of the pilots, we had results that were disappointing. The experimental group and the control group, or the group that did not use AI, practically had the same results. And as part of the research of the impact that we carry out, we also have a qualitative part with the interviews and reviewing material with the professors and with the students, and we found that the problem was the previous knowledge of the students. So there are gaps that come from the lack of knowledge, and those gaps is what was causing problems for this to work well. So we recommended to include, for example, for Math 1, knowledge of pre-university level math, so that before they started this. So this caused the results to increase, and depending on the course and the discipline, there are differences between 11 and 23 percent points per subject. Now we have around 30 courses, and these courses in the School of Engineers, and we have the implementation in a large scale as of last year. So what is the promise of generative AI here? This kind of courses, this kind of intelligent tutors of adaptive thinking and personalized can be carried out in a quicker way. One of the issues or subjects is the safety, the results that are not valid. And one of the advantages of the adaptive learning is that it is safer in that sense. It has biases, but they are our biases of the university because we programmed it. It's not biases that come from the language model. So the professors and the students have class, they go with their professors, they come to a classroom, they co-inhabit with other, they make teams, they have, the teacher can see the advance can see how far they are going, and this was an evaluation that we were doing, and the decision to be able to escalate this was after ChatGPT came out. In fact, we can use these models as ChatGPT and others to create content and to be able to feed it to an adaptive tutor, so you can then do it that way instead of through a generative AI. So once we reach the level of scaling of AI in a university that is pretty large, because there are many students who are taking these courses, and as I speak, I'm going to let this run. And the other promise and the other advantage, and I think that this is more interesting and safe, is to generate material. We can use ChatGPT to help us generate material. We can use some generators of images, etc., to be able to use them in our classes. But as long as we are responsible for the content and can model ethical behavior with the students and let them know that we are using AI. I carry out a postgraduate course, and I use AI to create my course, and I declare it in the course. It's a declaration. And then in my course, I have activities that they can carry out with AI and activities that they cannot do with AI. We can also create videos created with AI. That platform was used because it's the one that didn't charge me to carry out the video, so it's not a promotion, but I had to give its credit, and that is why I use that one. And so it's a component that is very important. So then what is this for? To be able to put the problem, the point of the pain in front. And then we have evaluation of learning. So the evaluation or assessment of learning, what we do is experiment with tools where the professor has a control. So if somebody comes and says, I have developed this tool that gives feedback that is automated and scores the essays of the students without the professor having anything to do with it, we are not interested. We want tools to help the professor with his or her work, but the professor has to be responsible. This is also something that is very important, that we can continue being responsible. And at least for now, I don't think we can stop being the ones who are responsible. And then the other thing having to do with this assessment is that the disruption of ChatGPT when it arrived, in the results, these results, this graph I think is from last year. I don't have it updated at this time, but there are studies carried out in the United States having to do with standardized exams to enter the university or to get into the bar of lawyers, where in many of them, ChatGPT or other models have also been made with other technologies, and they answer the test 100% practically. So this causes a lot of the negative feelings in the professors, and this is what I call the apocalypse of the homework. So now I cannot have my students do the homework, because if we had one of the tools that was useful to be able to detect the plagiarism of the students that were doing copy-paste, for example, using Google and internet, well, now it is much more difficult and practically non-detectable.
So this issue is a very important issue, because we need to see how we're going to change our way of evaluating, of learning and teaching. Let's see if we have time. I think we have 3 minutes to do this exercise, just to show you with an example, because I'm all about active learning and I'm just speaking. So let's do an exercise with the person that is next to you. I always put them in two, but I know that teachers are very difficult to control. Let's talk about AI and tasks, how you can use it, in what conditions. So let's start. Please talk between you. Can the students use AI in their homework? How and when? How can the teachers use AI to help with evaluation?
Muy bien, vamos terminando.
Okay, let's finish.
Listo, ya se terminó el tiempo.
Okay, no more time.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a
Thank you. We're going to continue.
Ok, bueno. Perdón que
Okay,
los interrumpa.
I'm sorry for
Ya pasó el
interrupting.
tiempo.
Time's up.
Y me acosté anoche muy tarde.
I
Los slides se los quiero usar todos. Entonces, traigo esa
I went to bed late yesterday trying to use all the slides, so that's my motivation. I'm sorry for interrupting you. It was great to hear all the noise, everyone discussing very passionately. In other exercises, sometimes they take their time, but here I think you are ready for discussion. You started right away. I'm very happy. Another issue that I would like to touch is the inclusion, ethic, and privacy. This issue has some challenges. I'm going to talk about them later on, just to recognize them. But the issue here is how the AI is used for means in favor of inclusion. For example, it's used to create material for people that have visual difficulties, like people that are colorblind, for example, or people that can't hear, or people that is in the cognitive spectrum. Even to translate material, this is a little video of a colleague, a Portuguese. Well, maybe you don't speak Portuguese. He can't even say Portuguese. The original video was in Spanish, and then it was translated. So the technology helps you to do the translation. You can even edit the text before he is saying something in Portuguese using the same tone. Here you see synchronized, but in the computer is perfect synchrony. It seems like he is speaking in Portuguese with the same tone of voice. It's fabulous. So imagine how the technologies could help for inclusion topics. For example, translate from the English from Scotland to American English. That could be an inclusion issue. Let's talk about challenges. Right now, I'm going to put a list of challenges. It seems a little overwhelming. We are not going to discuss them all here, but maybe in the questions is going to appear. There are ethical and privacy issues, of course. There are algorithmic bias. That means that the algorithm uses the data, and those data are biased, that are reproduced. So that's also a very important issue. We could add also the cosmovision or culture where those algorithms are based. I know that there is an effort in Chile to use a ChatGPT with our own data. I think it's going to be launched in a few days. That's something that could be attractive, understanding that part. There are also challenges of mental health. There are some researchers that the abuse of ChatGPT can produce mental health issues that would add to the abuse of screens. If we had that challenge before, so brace yourselves because we are going to have another one. And we had a few cases in the university, not only for the students, but also from the start. Some people say, well, ChatGPT told me what I had to wear today. And I asked. And a colleague told me, I don't know what. And so there are stories that are made, and there is clear evidence of the impact that it has, and also from the research. Other challenges are from actions that we need to do, like the teaching training. We can't think that because we have already studied, then we are done, because all the tools are being understood a little bit more, and when we understand them, there are other models that are more powerful, that have other implications, so we need to study again. So I think that training teachers is a marathon. We are continuously thinking in an innovative mindset, trying new things, evaluating, escalating, escalating. We need to understand clearly how to use AI in our learning processes without so much hype. That's what we were talking a few moments ago. And also to develop AI curriculum. That's what Hans was saying before. We need to have a basic curriculum, but then another one in the different disciplines, where what's important is that if the world is going to be using AI, we need to teach our students how to manage that AI using world. So what do they need, the students of medicine, the language students, the business students, the design students? And remember also that not everything is ChatGPT. It's the most visible, but there are some AIs that are specific for certain tasks. And finally, is something that we need to do, sadly. We are going to be done with a lot of inherited gaps, digital gaps, educational models based in memorization, gaps of infrastructure, and so on. So those are some of the most important challenges that I see for the future. And today I'm going to deepen in one of the challenges, which is the possibility. There is an article that has a headline from an American magazine. I think it's The Atlantic that says, is asking, is the AI making us more stupid? And reality is that there are a lot of technologies that where we can download cognitive download. For example, if I want to do a supermarket list or the use of GPS, but in AI, the download is a little more complex, of analysis, planning, comparison, etc. And most of them had to do with critical thinking, even more complex thinking, scientific thinking, systemic things, even creative thinking, because sometimes we use the AI with creativity. So the risk that we have is that the students are going to use those tools and they are going to become atrophied. For example, I'm going to pay the gym and I'm going to pay for someone to go to the gym for me. So the students pay for the university, but then ChatGPT goes for them to university. You're not going to develop a muscle if you don't go to the gym. And these things have been present in the conversation, but there wasn't a lot of research. So these slides I'm going to show now are from secondary sources, but are things that are intuitively, the teachers knew it, but we didn't have a proof of that. So first, the age and experience are important. The youngest they are, the more dangerous it can be, because they might not use correctly the AI. In these studies, the youngest students showed more dependence to AI, and their critical thinking was immature, whereas the students that were older had better reasoning skills, even if they were exposed to AI, which means that the ones that are from pre-AI don't have that problem. But if we might have a problem, and I think we could be poisoned by lead. It's not quickly. The things happen very slowly, and when we want to do something, it's going to be too late because we haven't done the previous levels of learning. So here we need to learn how to act. And later on, I'm going to show you how we can act towards this. Another problem could be excessive dependence, which is going to be a problem for cognitive processes. And the students that used AI, they were lazier the more they used them. They paid less attention, they would just copy and paste the results, which is a very natural attitude from human being. We want things that are quick. And the use of moderate use of AI didn't affect the critical thinking. But when we use it excessively, then we have lower uses. And the other things that we have is an echo chamber. This happens a lot in social media because we hear something, you are from the right or the left, and you think that everyone is hearing, but the social media is showing you what you want to hear. Here in artificial intelligence, this echo chamber also happens because when the students had to create something, the ones that used ChatGPT were creating things that are very similar because they use the recommendations in the order that ChatGPT offered. So this is enhancing the chamber echo effect. This is the problem with cognitive download. And now, how we can start? So I'm going to start with something that very simple, which is mitigation. Once I'm going to talk about this, nobody is going to be against of these things are very reasonable. First of them, we need to ensure that we're going to implement zones that are AI-free to increase independent thinking. I'm not saying that we shouldn't use AI. Maybe for the younger populations, maybe we should have bigger AI-free zones so that they are not going to be using it as a personalization tool. For learning processes, we need to declare areas that are free from AI. Second, we need to delay the integration of AI until they have developed a certain level. Third, to have some balance. If we don't want to delay it, then to balance it in these postgraduate courses that I give. I'm telling you, here you can use the AI, here you can't. And then I need to ask, how did you feel? What did you learn? And I'm trying to enhance their metacognition. That's why I forbid them to use AI. That has to do with another bullet, which are metacognitive skills. How do we do that the students are going to be conscious about their own learning process and when they can use AI? Also active learning that also increases the development of these activities. And also we need to learn from companies. Last week, I interviewed Carlos Delgado Close for a podcast that I have from Educational Innovations. And he would tell me that his son is a research teacher. He studied computing, and he was hired by Amazon. And in the interview, they had an exam. And in that exam, they need to write without using any tools, and they needed to tell how they are going to write this program, why they were using this or that. So I think the industry goes ahead of ourselves. That shows that it's an evaluation of skills, where they are evaluating the level that these people have, not only from their programming skills, but also the metacognition, because they are conscious about their thinking process to do it. And to close this section, I would say, let me see what's next. I have some examples. I'm going to just leave them on the screen, some examples, more specific examples that I wanted to use to make it more practical, and I put them there. If I had to choose, where do we need to enhance the skills, not by academic objectives? I would go to the skills that are used, like critical thinking, collaboration, global vision, and so on, communication. All these cross-used skills that the students develop, but they are not explicitly developed, and we don't evaluate them, which is, I think it's the most important. And these are the skills that are going to help the students to be good AI users, and they are not going to have all the problems that we were talking about. And with that, we are going to finish the mitigation part. I want to tell you also what we are doing in IFE in AI. We have a strategy that is integrated in 4 pillars. We use AI to improve education, so we have different products and supports that we have given to other universities. The skills, we need to prepare for a world with AI where some skills are needed. And I'm not talking only the basic skills, like also discipline, and also operational efficiency, how AI can help us to automate processes with chatbots or other tools. And the last one is regulations, ethics, institutional governance, and policies of AI, user policies. There, last year, we launched a network, and we realized in that network that only 10 or 50 universities have an ethical guide of AI use. That network is AI Gen, and we created it because we want to recover the urgency sense that we had during the pandemic, and that sense helped us to collaborate, share, to meet. We had Zoom meetings, and we used to meet 2 or 3 times per week, and we were finding a way to do things. I think right now we have that urgency feeling. We need to understand how to use the AI, the consequences, and how to build a future of AI in universities that is going to avoid all the problems that I told a few moments ago. These are the universities. The Catholic University is in the committee, and there are many Chilean universities in the network. If you want to belong to the network, you can tell me during the break, and I'm going to tell you who is coordinating the sections of the network. We also developed a software internally that it's called TechGPT, and we are offering it in open source through the web. And something also that we have skill studios that has prompts. There are an agent studio that it's a platform to create agents without any knowledge of programming. Last year, we had different pilots of ChatGPT, TechGPT, in environments, specific environments of in the learning environment with medicine students, so that they are going to learn something about medicine with the students of architecture, law, and at the end of this month, we're going to present the white paper with the 10 cases of use in the Congress that we develop in Monterrey.
Also, with the members of the network, 27 universities participated in a study that was in all areas, where more than 3,000 professors and students of these universities in Latin America answered a survey. We are members of the digital consorce, and together with them, we had the version in Spanish. We piloted it and we applied it in Latin America, and the results of this survey can be presented, or this poll can be presented there, and it'll help us also to know what level we are at. And each one of these universities is going to have their results in particular and are going to be able to carry out a benchmark regarding the rest of the universities in an anonymous way. So this is the kind of thing that we are carrying out in the network, and also having to do with how to begin beyond the network, and to share with you some resources that we have. These are reports for the decision makers that we carry out in IFE. That is called IFE Inside Reports. Here are two of the previous ones, one having to do with digital education and with learning analytics, and then next week we get one out of generative AI, where we try to have an objective view, or trying to see within all the hype that there is, to try to bring down and see the real use and the real consequences of the use of AI, even though there are many voices of experts around the world, and these are present in this report. So you can download it, and if you go now, you'll be able to see other reports as well in that QR code. I forget about what slides I set up last night, but this is an objective vision of generative AI. So I don't know, I think we are running out of time, so we won't do another exercise, but let me just share the management model that we have used in other cases as well. I'm just going to go through real quick. It's the little house with a roof, it looks like. How do universities want to transform and become more agile? And a lot of the work that we carry out in Latin America with other universities is to support in this transformation, to see the reason for the change. What is the theme for the change? What is the management of the change? And we have the transformation of the models to make them more active. Number two, you have the transformation of our research so that it can have more impact in the community, in the local community. And in model three is to change our administration model to make it more agile and more efficient. Find efficiencies to find those funds that we require to carry out those transformations we want to do. We don't want to, we can't always find more funds externally, so we need to be more efficient, and also the governance and processes to make them more agile and efficient. So this is basically a model of the University of Future, which can be more responsive regarding the needs of the community, more agile, more connected, and a better return on better returns for family and all. Here are the resources of the observatory. I believe I already showed you this. And here in the observatory, we also have a small site, a mini site, with resources from all around different places. They are organized pretty much in the 10 different subjects that there are themes that I gave you before, having to do with evaluation, ethics, competence, etc. So if anybody is interested in learning more, that is where these resources are. This is the guide that we launched in the ethical use of AI. It is very important to share this kind of thing openly with the community so that we can carry out a benchmarking, and we don't have to invent hot water or anything else like that, but we can find other examples and take them as an inspiration to adapt them to the legacy and the story of each one of our universities. So there you have the ethical guide, ethical use guide, and here, I don't know if you can go, but I would like you to know a little bit about the vibe of the Congress, and that maybe you could try to go in 2027, even though if you cannot make it this year. Bienvenidos a la conferencia, una de las más conocidas. It is the experience and learning. A pushing, a vibrant community that is wanting to change things that are happening in our education. It is innovation and education. It means connections and learning. Gracias por ser parte de nosotros en la conferencia IFE 2025. Esperamos que hayas disfrutado esta experiencia y esperamos que puedas volver prontamente. Well, as you can see, this is a large event. It is in the campus in Monterrey. 2,000 are decision maker approximately, and the rest of them are teachers, entrepreneurs, and researchers. We have a lot of summits inside. There were a couple that could be relevant. You have AI, for example, which is one of the biggest subjects. There's a summit for rectors where we talk about things having to do with decision making and strategy, and then a summit for the future of work. And another one for directors of digital transformation. So there's around 20 summits and different themes. I would like to invite you to Monterrey if you could go this year, but if not, it's always the last week of January, and there is also many papers if you want to participate. And lastly, I would like to close with this IFE Impact Report. And thank you for your attention. I hope that this was useful and that it can be useful for you in this new learning that we are all in, and invite you to do things together to be able to improve the lives of millions, transforming higher education.
Aló, ahí sí. Bien, buenos días.
Since we started 10 minutes late, they gave me permission to finish 10 minutes later. So we are going to take advantage of these 10 minutes. Trying to put two things on that I hope are something that makes sense and is important. One of them has to do with the curriculum, and the second one is having to do with the professors of the higher education and how to tackle this. What we heard from the presentation of José highlights many challenges, many opportunities, many relevant themes that we have to tackle. And I would like to highlight the first one, which has to do with the curriculum. Following his argument, José's argument, we are living in a time of high pressure, not only to update how we teach and learn, but also to ask regarding the knowledge and to see what is relevant in the mid and long term. What is our students, what do they require, not only to perform adequately in the world of the work, labor, that is probably different from what we know now, but also to understand and to be able to operate in society that is changing and accelerating. So the question is, in this knowledge of, according to what you have highlighted, this challenge go with the university formation, but if there is somebody who's maybe in the area of arts or humanities or sport, could they legitimately ask, what does this have to do with me? If in arts we have creativity, in humanities we have reflection and concern for the human being, so what does AI have to do with me in this area? So the question is, how can we, as a curriculum, state what should be basic knowledge of university students, and how can we also see as curriculum the specificity that corresponds to the different fields, the disciplinary fields. And the second question that I wanted to ask has to do with the concept of this cognitive download, which I think is tremendously relevant, a concern that many of us many of us in higher education. There's a discussion that is a deep discussion, and I think regarding AI, to see how AI can complement and help the human competencies, but not replace them. So there's this tension between the complement and the replacement, and I could say that there's great concern and tension in education and higher education, and also in school education and also in higher education. How do we go forward to be able to find the complement, make it complementary, so you can also get to know my knowledge, my abilities, and not be replaced by AI. And I think there are two things that are important. One of them that has to do with the characteristics of the students themselves, of how the students tackle the school homework, and to be able to improve their learning and not replace their learning. And also, how do teachers or professors in higher education, how do we make what we give to our students relevant? What kind of tasks or homework are those that as teachers, or what kind of focus should we deploy so that what we propose to the students can be relevant and more of a development of AI as a complement more than a replacement? So how can we go forward with the professors in higher education so they can tackle these challenges and go forward in what you are describing? Thank you. They are very relevant questions and very important, very large questions. I will try to elaborate more than just giving a recipe, a kitchen recipe. In general terms, for both questions, we require a lot of collaboration, openness. Something that you said made me think about AI arrived, and I always ask the professors if they would have preferred if AI had not arrived, and most of them say no. They prefer that AI wouldn't have arrived. It was kind of imposed to schools and universities and higher education, but it's a reality. It exists, and not only in the schools, but also in the society. We cannot dissociate a person as if they were alone in school. They are immersed in a society that has a series of biases and the use of technology, among other things. So to answer these questions, I think there are strategies where there are many things that we do not know. We are learning. So we need a lot of collaboration, discussion. I always thought that professors say we need to collaborate a lot, but I know that we are a very lonely profession. We carry out our work and material, we go into a classroom, we close the door, and we do not share so much. We need to find these spaces to be able to share more and to do things together. So also to look outside. There's an example of an interview of a selection for Amazon, see what is happening outside. To have a little bit of humility, because sometimes in the universities we think we know it all, but the truth is that many times in the industry and businesses, they are ahead of us. And I'm not saying that we need to copy practices, but to look at what they are doing and see what can inspire us, and to be able to understand where the use of technology in businesses and can help us in the business curriculum that is required. I think in general terms, from university management, there are many things that can be done. Yesterday, somebody asked me in a different context, what would be for me the most important indicator that the university is carrying out? And my answer was how much time are you using in the meetings to talk about AI? Maybe there are no in the rector's meeting. Maybe you're not all here, but if it is something that is important and strategic, it should be discussed in the highest level. And I know that in those meetings, because I have been in some of those meetings many times, we talk about things that are urgent, but this is urgent and this is also important. So from there is a series of resources and spaces for the students and professors to experiment so that the professors can be trained and formed and so that the students can also have these opportunities. The same students report that they feel like they are not developing the processes. It's not even a self-evaluation. This is a great opportunity to see how we can take advantage so that with that awareness, maybe it's like an addiction to something, right? But with this awareness, we can create this capability of self-observance. You are already observing this, so we need to develop this capability of self-observation, and that you can work in these processes. I did a pretty generic, I gave you a pretty generic response, but I hope that it indicates some of the ideas that I have.
Okay, just to close, because I think we're out of time. What we can see in the data in general is that Latin America and the system of higher education in Latin America goes behind the country that are more advanced in this area, for example, the US, China. How do you see, because you come from the Tech of Monterrey and here we are in another university, and maybe within the audience there are people from the higher education system in Chile. How do you see and how fast have we advanced in the higher education system in Latin America, and how we could insert each other in the career? I share with you that vision, and I have some elements of evidence. In the reunion of deans, about 150 deans were there last year. We use a big part of the session to AI. Sorry, the one before that. We brought a dean, an expert, and they talked about AI issues. And for me, it was surprising. There wasn't even one question from the deans. Not even one. So, researching, there was a perception that that's not going to affect us. These technologies are too expensive. It's going to take a lot of time to get to Latin America. We won't be able to implement it. So there wasn't the conscience that the technology is going to reach you, even if you don't implement it, even if you don't use it in your processes or in management or learning or teaching process. That affects the students and what you teach, because that changes how it's affecting from different disciplines. And another point is that very few universities had an ethical use guide because they didn't consider it to be necessary. Okay, we are out of time. José, thank you for learning to help us think about this. There are many ideas, not only the ones that are saying relevant topics, but also it helps us to progress, which is something very important in universities and higher education system. Thank you, and thank you for all of us to be with us. Thank you, Álvaro. Okay? We thank Mr. Escamilla for his interesting intervention, and also Mr. Salinas for his comments. And we want to give our guest a gift for his participation. Okay. Let's continue with our program, and for that, next we are going to present the conference, international conference titled Design for Equity, a framework for a responsible and ethical AI with support to higher education. Talked by Yves Shapiro, Director of Knowledge on Beyond 12. Dr. Yves Shapiro is Chief Officer, Knowledge Officer of Beyond 12, a non-profit organization that leverages technology to promote academic, social, and emotional success, especially from first-generation backgrounds with more than 10 years experience in higher education. She has been a professor, researcher, and developer of mentorship programs. She was licensed by University Bloomington and also PhD in University of California, where she specialized in inequity and social change to boost learning and equity learning. We are also going to invite Mr. Juan Larraín, Director of Applied Ethics of the Institute of the Catholic University. Buenas tardes, estoy muy agradecida por estar aquí y estar en conversación con ustedes. He aprendido mucho hoy. Como fue compartido, trabajé con Beyond 12, una organización sin fines de lucro que está entre los estudios universitarios y la IA. La idea es que ellos se gradúen, que los estudiantes se gradúen y se mantengan en la universidad. Quiero empezar con una verdad que muchos de nosotros en nuestra sala ya conocen.
About whether to engage in higher education in artificial intelligence reshaped education for us. The numbers tell a striking story. No? Nope, not that one. Try again. There. More than 86% of students globally now use AI in their studies. More than half of K-12 teachers and the majority of higher education faculty have integrated AI into their work in some way. The global AI in education market is projected to grow from 7.7 billion to over 32 billion by 2030. And of course, there's a sizable backlash as well. That backlash raises real concerns about intellectual labor, the erosion of learning, freedom, and the corporatization of higher education. So the question before us now is not if we will use AI in higher education. The question is how we will do so and for whose benefit. Today I want to tell a story. It's the story of how Beyond 12 developed My Coach, a generative AI college coach designed specifically for first-generation students and students from under-resourced communities. I want to talk about what worked, what scared us, and what we learned along the way. And most importantly, I want to share what came out of that journey, which is an ethical and responsible use framework specifically for student success support that we're offering as an open resource to anyone committed to developing or using AI in higher education. To understand why we turned to AI, you need to understand the problem we're trying to solve at Beyond 12. In the United States, a college degree remains the primary, most effective way out of poverty for students from low-income communities. And yet, despite the many benefits of a degree, only 16% of students from low-income communities can expect to earn a bachelor's degree by their mid-20s, compared to 62% of their wealthier peers. The unequal access to information and resources necessary for college going perpetuates gaps between low-income, mostly first-generation college students and their more affluent, better-connected counterparts. Now, this challenge is not unique to the United States. We just heard amazing things happening at Tec de Monterrey. Student dropout, though, remains a persistent issue across the Americas, especially as higher education access expands. The stakes are high. Dropout has profound repercussions for individuals, their families, and their opportunities for social mobility. Students from under-resourced families need and deserve better support to help maintain the momentum that got them into college in the first place. Over the past 15 years, Beyond 12 has provided college success support to about 200,000 students, and 10,000 of those students received high-touch human coaching. Our near-peer coaches are recent college graduates themselves, also first generation from the same communities that have walked these paths themselves. They meet with their students by phone and over text message from the time a student enters college through their college journey. And we know our approach works. 85% of the students we have coached for 4 years either graduated or remained enrolled by their 6th year. This is almost double the national average for similar students. Let me share a little more about our coaching. Our coaching is a holistic curriculum rooted in a coaching framework that is additive and not duplicative of campus services. We work with universities, primary school districts, citywide initiatives, and other nonprofits to provide support to their students. And our coaching really provides 3 types of support. Navigational support. This is helping students find their way through the university, understanding what resources exist and how to access them. Everything from financial aid to choosing a major or knowing which office to go to solve a problem. Our coaching also provides transactional support, helping students complete the critical and necessary tasks for college success. registering for classes, writing an email to a professor, applying for scholarships. And finally, our coaching offers inspirational support. And this is what happens when a student says, I don't think I can do this, and a coach helps them see that they can. From the beginning, we've used technology alongside human coaching. We built a campus-customized mobile app long before the rise of generative AI. And it reminded students of the key activities and deadlines necessary for college success. We also developed a machine learning analytics engine that helps understand when students need help and enables coaches to differentiate that help for each individual. These tools have been transformative for us. Machine learning helped us really automate the navigational and transactional support. We are able to capture academic progress without coaches taking time in coaching sessions. We can predict what support a student needs and provide specific campus reminders and, more importantly, resources that reflect where a student is and the work they have been doing with their coach. This automation really freed our coaches to focus on the inspirational support that only humans can provide. But here's the problem. We need solutions that match the size of the problem. To serve 1 million students annually, that's only 6% of students who attend college each year in the United States. We would need to scale from 30 human coaches to over 8,000 coaches. It's simply not sustainable. Traditional coaching models alone cannot solve this problem of reaching all students. So we asked ourselves, how do we provide effective support at scale while preserving access to human mentorship and coaching? That's when we turned to generative AI. Because unlike machine learning, which we had been using, which could predict and analyze but couldn't converse with students, generative AI could actually talk to students. And if used strategically, AI could help narrow the information and support gaps that low-income and first-generation students face. Because AI never tires of answering the same question. AI can provide detailed information at any hour, from bed, in a bathrobe. AI can help students surface resources, practice interview questions, receive feedback, and get specific recommendations. In generative AI, we saw an opportunity not to replace human coaches, but to amplify their impact. Over the past year and a half, we have co-created My Coach, a proactive, conversational, Socratic, generative AI college coach. We did this work with students from more than 23 colleges across the United States. We piloted the tool in spring 2025 and launched an MVP this past fall. Now, collapsing a long journey into a very short description. We built My Coach by augmenting a commercially available large language model with 4 critical elements: our evidence-based coaching curriculum and pedagogy, more than 14 years of student-coach interaction data, but most importantly, the insights we derived from those data, our library of campus and program-specific content, calendars, and resources, and our culturally inclusive voice and tone guidelines. I'll give you some more examples. My Coach reaches out to students regularly with timely guidance over text message. Students can respond to these prompts or ask My Coach questions anytime, day or night. Alongside this, when students need support with complex or sensitive issues, they're able to schedule time with a human right from the tool. The AI handles research-heavy, repeatable tasks, freeing our human coaches to focus on what only humans can do: build relationships authentically, extend social capital, provide empathetic support during vulnerable moments. Students asked for My Coach to be personalized, and we listened. It delivers answers specific to students' school and to what they've shared with us about their college experience. But here's what makes it powerful: My Coach's ability to ask thoughtful follow-up questions. A student might come with a simple question: where's the financial aid office? After we answer that question, well, after My Coach answers that question, it's able to take that question and parlay it into a richer conversation about getting the courage to ask for more funding and about building the skills and confidence to do so. As one student told us, it's like you're actually talking to somebody. It gives you reassurance, but also gives you a question to answer, and suddenly you're communicating back and forth. However, this is critical. AI cannot replace the breadth of post-secondary success services. AI cannot have empathy, even if it sounds empathetic. AI cannot extend social capital or introduce students personally to opportunities. AI cannot remember what it feels like to stand in the shoes of a young adult on the verge of a scary future and imposter syndrome. Low-income and first-generation students need and deserve both types of support: the informational and navigational, as well as the empathetic and motivational. The rise of generative AI forced us to grapple with an uncomfortable question: what happens when AI becomes good at what we thought once only humans could do? Building My Coach required something more than good ideas and lofty goals. It required navigating real tensions that I believe many of you are also grappling with. Let me share 3 of these. The first is the tension between scale and belonging. AI allows us to reach thousands and thousands of students simultaneously, but belonging isn't reached through automation. It's built through relationships and the networks and social capital that come with these real-world relationships. So as we built an AI coach, we've continually returned to this question: how do we use AI to widen access, to widen the circle of belonging, without diluting its depth by displacing human connection? The second tension is between precision and presence. AI can analyze data and detect early signs of disengagement much more quickly than any of us. It's no doubt. But it cannot perceive the invisible: the heartbreak, the family pressure, the subtle shift in tone that tells a human coach that something is wrong. So we built our systems to be dynamic. When My Coach detects certain patterns, it flags a human coach to step in. In our model, tech listens for signals, but humans interpret the story. The third tension is between equity and efficiency. AI can make advising more efficient, but efficiency won't close equity gaps. Our guiding principle became really simple. Every student deserves access to a human coach, whether or not they choose to use one, because that access opens doors for equity. We built not just a dynamic tech model, but a dynamic human model, one that allows our human coaching to adapt in real time to student needs. We're not replacing humans with AI. We're reimagining human advising with AI at our side so that every student has both. To navigate these challenges, these tensions responsibly, we needed more than good intentions. We needed a systematic approach. So we developed 6 guiding principles to ground our work that align closely with UNESCO's human-centered approach to AI in education. Because we know that for AI in higher education to truly benefit marginalized students, it must actively orient around a set of equity principles and values. For us, that means AI must be empowering. It must enhance human capacity and capability first and foremost. It should help administrators and educators do less repetitive work so they can focus on the tasks that benefit from human intuition, judgment, and empathy. Among students, it should build wisdom and skills so they feel equipped and ready to take action. AI tools that we use or build must be asset-based. We have to treat students with respect, guiding by our core principle at Beyond 12 that students are creative, resourceful, and whole, not broken. We must never speak down to them. We use language that is organized, supportive, culturally inclusive, practical, and anchored in students' strengths and not their deficits. Third, AI tools that we use or build must be clear about the use of AI and explain its processes wherever practical. This is the call from UNESCO for AI to be inspectable and explainable. We have to enable people to understand not only that AI is being used, but how that AI was developed, trained, operated, and how to override it if necessary. Fourth, AI tools need to be accurate. They have to share timely, verifiable, up-to-date information. And we have to build in mechanisms that can both acknowledge uncertainty and flag inaccuracies. AI tools need to be inclusive. We have to take action throughout the development process to ensure that the AI represents and addresses the full range of student perspectives, but most particularly those who have been historically marginalized or underrepresented. We have to continuously test for bias and underrepresentation. And lastly, and really at the foundation, AI tools that we use or build need to be safe and secure. We have to protect student safety by avoiding toxicity and harm. We have to steward sensitive and personally identifiable student information carefully with rigorous testing to identify harmful outputs before they go live. At each step of designing and building MyCoach, we were guided by these principles, and they changed how we approached using AI in our work. But equally important was recognizing the process we had followed to bring these principles to life. As we navigated each tension and decision, we realized we were following a repeatable pattern, one that could help others doing similar work. That realization became our 7-step framework, a practical roadmap distilled from the real challenges of building AI responsibly. We wrote it down, we codified it, we use it. And in the interest of our students, we're committed to not only designing this ethical framework for ourselves, but to engage the broader field of post-secondary success around building and using AI responsibly. I'm so excited to see this ethical framework from Tech Monterrey, I have to say. I want to share some core elements from this framework. Our approach didn't merely consider the needs of first-generation and under-resourced students. It centered them. These are the needs and challenges around which we designed the tool. And because real harm is possible, when Gen AI is speaking to students, we assessed the very real risks that the AI tool could bring to the fore for these students and systematically addressed those risks so they become opportunities for action and advancement. Our framework is oriented around these 7 steps that encourage this type of deep reflection. It moves from bringing together key user groups, most especially for us students, through the product development process to a continuous cycle of revising, revisiting, and refining. There's much to say about these 7 steps, but I think it's most useful to share a specific example about what using this framework has looked like in action. Oh, nope. Steps 2 and 3 of our framework focus on defining and then mitigating potential risks, with particular attention to issues of safety and harm. In the case of MyCoach, this meant that we listed every single task we thought that MyCoach would handle, every topic or problem or challenge students might bring to the tool, from helping students navigate college orientation to assisting with critical degree completion deadlines. And we asked what could go wrong, what harm might occur, who is most vulnerable. And we made intentional design and technical decisions to mitigate those harms. An example. Guided by this responsible and ethical framework, one of our most important early decisions was that we would build robust, layered monitoring and evaluation into the MyCoach tool, not as an afterthought, but as a core component. These aren't simply quality checks. They're fully customized AI systems of their own that wrap around MyCoach. Those systems don't just ensure accuracy, but they ensure high-quality, responsible, and ethical outputs. This required a lot of work, but it also required the foundation we had developed over 14 years of coaching students. It's rooted in best practices in the field, empirical research on post-secondary success, education, and advising. It's built on the established coactive coaching framework that we use, hands-on guidance and validation by expert coaches in the field, and our own decades-long practice-proven coaching methodology, training materials, and evaluation rubrics. Here's what's critical. We didn't bring the same attention to MyCoach as we did human coaching. We brought more. We measured MyCoach's quality against human coaches with the understanding that the tool had to perform at least as well as a human coach for us to feel good about putting it in front of students. That was the bar. Not good enough for AI, but as good as our best human coaches. And we built the AI systems needed to measure this and deliver. Let me describe how this works in practice. We have 3 layers of AI oversight. One AI model monitors and evaluates every message that MyCoach creates, flagging any missteps for human review. For this, we're using the same 15 rubrics and 46 quality and safety criteria that we use to assess human coaching. This ensures parity between human and AI expectations. And because we were guided by our principle of empowerment, we built a way for students themselves to flag MyCoach responses for review. They can simply type #red flag, and it's immediately escalated in our system to experts. Or if they want to bypass and simply speak to a coach, they type #human. A second model listens to every message students send back, watching for signs of safety risks, harm to students themselves or to others. This real-time monitoring leverages a mature, externally validated moderation system, and it goes hand in hand with human-led mitigation processes that ensure that student well-being comes first. And we have yet a third separate system that evaluates the quality of MyCoach responses in specific use case scenarios and tests the impact of changes we make to the tool before they go live. So this happens before any change is made. And this is what enables us to achieve and ensure the level of quality measured by these rubrics. We have an evaluation framework of more than 1,800 individual evaluation tests that includes a canon of 333 cases, 150 custom evaluation criteria. And these together assess response quality, safety, and alignment. They represent a huge range of student scenarios, but most specifically, those that are complex, sensitive, dangerous, or high stakes. And those are the measures against which MyCoach is tested. Let's think about what this looks like when stakes are highest. Say a student messages and they say that they're considering self-harm. Our monitoring system immediately raises an alert for a Beyond 12 team member to review. In the meantime, MyCoach responds to the student, provides resources, tells them what's going to happen, and pauses ongoing conversation. We want to make sure that a human reaches the student for direct support before any more conversation with MyCoach happens. We do this because in the world of Gen AI, we can do real harm if we miss the mark. And we have all seen the news stories of generative AI missing the mark. Guided by our principle of safety and security, we want to ensure that students who need urgent support get it from a human right away. Our coaches connect with the student, pull in relevant university administrators, program directors, to ensure that they receive the help that they need. But here's the thing, not every situation is a crisis. Sometimes MyCoach simply responds in a way that could have been better. For example, a student asks a really challenging academic question, and that should have been escalated to a human coach, and it wasn't. Here's what happens then. Our monitoring system flags the exchange. Our program team reviews it, and if a coach needs to be pulled in, they're pulled in. And it goes to an expert. If they determine that the interaction should have been routed to a coach, we don't treat it as a failure. We treat it as critical data. When we find issues like a missed escalation, our team adjusts MyCoach's underlying instructions and runs that whole test suite again. We iterate and repeat until we like the response. This ensures that the model responds more appropriately in the future, while maintaining quality for all the other cases we have in our system. It's only when every test passes that we update MyCoach in production. Now, I'll be honest, we did not anticipate needing to build this layered set of systems, these independent AI tools, in addition to MyCoach. But we're very glad that we did, because it's this set of fully customized AI-based systems that combine real-time safeguard, nightly scoring, post-evaluation, and pre-release testing, all those together are what is required to build a reliable, high-stakes AI system for student-facing use. It's exactly these systems that make sure that we know when there are problems, that we use human discernment to mitigate any missteps, and perhaps most importantly, that every misstep becomes a mechanism for strengthening safety, for deepening accuracy, and for building a more reliable system for our students. Now, I wish I could walk through each step of the framework. It's almost lunch. Everybody's glad that I'm not going to. In the interest of time, let me just say, from here, the framework draws attention to designing interfaces that are empowering, to building user literacy about AI, and to continuously testing and gathering feedback. For us, time and again, it brings us back to students, making sure that we hear from them about what they need, how they want to use AI, what feels responsible and ethical for them. All of this is rooted in that core belief that our students are not problems to be solved. They are creative, resourceful, whole individuals with dreams and aspirations. When we center their voices in building and choosing AI tools, we build the tools that truly serve them. Whether generative AI will widen or narrow the gaps of advantage for this generation is entirely up to the choices we make today. Will we invest in creating ethical and responsible AI tools that prioritize the needs of historically underserved students, knowing that these efforts will make our tools and institutions better for all students, not just first-gen students? Or will we cut corners, creating platforms that perpetuate generational poverty by centering those who already have privilege? The technology is here. The question is, what will we do with it? This is a global question with local answers. But strategies alone aren't enough. We can only harness the power of AI for the benefit of students if we start with principles and not technology. We need practical frameworks that enable us to translate principles into action, frameworks that can be adapted to local contexts, but maintain a commitment to equity and student well-being. We believe that a framework like the one we have created, that's integrated into every step of choosing or building an AI tool, ideation, design, development. A framework like this has the potential to reduce harm and ensure fairness. So I want to extend a specific invitation to all of you. Let's share our frameworks. Let's talk about ethics together. Beyond 12 is releasing its responsible and ethical use of Gen AI framework as an open resource. We've created it not just for ourselves, but for all institutions and organizations committed to developing AI responsibly. We invite you to use it to guide your own AI work and development. Adapt it to your use cases and needs, and share your lessons learned with us and with each other so that the learning and innovation help to refine and improve all of our work. We hope to build a community of like-minded institutions who continue to develop, improve, and adopt the framework. The work of generative, responsible AI development requires all of us, researchers, administrators, policymakers, students, and communities working together across borders and institutions. We're stronger together. No single institution, no single country can solve this alone. So let me return to where I began. The debate about whether to engage with AI in education is over. We have to ask and answer the right question for this moment. The question is not whether to engage with AI. Rather, it's how to engage ethically, responsibly with AI in education. in a way that addresses the needs of those who most need support. But meeting the moment doesn't mean rushing forward without reflection. It means moving forward with intention, with care, with commitment to equity, and with the voices of our students at the center. At Beyond 12, we believe AI should not replace educators or decision makers. Instead, it can make available more information and resources, synthesize learner data for humans to interpret, make suggestions, allow teachers and coaches more time for the human, emotional, affective work that is at the heart of the learning process. We believe in AI as a co-pilot that supports humans in doing what only humans can do. So as I look to the future, I think this question to leave with, this most powerful question, is not what can AI do, but what should AI enable humans to do better? Because at the end of the day, our goal isn't to make advising or coaching smarter or more automated. It's to make it more human, precisely because of the technology that supports it. The framework I've shared today is our contribution to this conversation, to this critical work. It is imperfect, it's evolving, but it's a start. And I want to offer it and be in conversation so that we are working in collaboration for the students we all serve. As we gather here in Chile, I'm reminded that we have the talent, the values, and the commitment to get this right, but it won't happen by chance. We have students ready to help us build the future they deserve. Together, we can ensure that the AI revolution in higher education benefits those who need it the most. The choice is ours. Let's choose wisely. Let's choose our students. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eve. I will make my questions in Spanish, but you have translation, I guess. Okay. Muchas gracias, Eve.
Of our university system, the work with the support to the students of first generation and the ones that come from contexts that are less favored.
Gustaría seguir profundizando en algo que está en el corazón de la presentación, que es este dilema, ¿cierto?, que se presenta, en que por un lado necesitamos una mayor cobertura, necesitamos llegar a más estudiantes. Probablemente los números en Estados Unidos son más dramáticos que acá por el tamaño del sistema universitario, pero de todas formas pienso que todo el sistema de educación superior necesita esta capacidad de cobertura de llegar a más estudiantes. Claramente la tecnología juega una gran función, pero por otro lado está este dilema, este contraste que tú lo presentaste a lo largo de toda la charla, de que el contacto humano y lo que ustedes mostraban con su sistema My Coach, de Human Contact, pareciera ser irreemplazable. Y por otro lado también uno de los desafíos que tenemos los sistemas de educación escolar y superior es poder mostrar a nuestros jóvenes la importancia de las relaciones humanas. Por lo tanto, cuando decidimos usar las plataformas tecnológicas que nos permiten cobertura, por otro lado, lo que empieza a suceder es que disminuye el contacto humano. Es inevitable, porque por eso queremos la plataforma. Y que a la vez transmite... y eso tiene entonces el riesgo de tener un servicio de menor calidad. Probablemente nuestros estudiantes de primera generación son los que más necesitan el contacto humano, pero además transmitimos eventualmente un mensaje
But we also convey
equívoco que
a
es
message
hay muchas cosas que
that
podemos
there are
solucionarlas
many things that we
sin
can
tener
solve
relaciones humanas
without having human
profundas,
relations.
entendiendo esta tensión, que es lo que ustedes
Understanding
buscan
this
resolver
tension,
y
that's
que es
what you want
entonces,
to solve.
para seguir profundizando
So,
en eso,
to
¿cierto?
continue to deepen
¿Hasta
into
dónde
that,
da ese equilibrio? ¿Hasta
where
dónde,
is
cuánto
the
podemos
balance?
reemplazar del
How
contacto humano?
much we
¿Cuánto
can
podemos
replace from human
crecer en
contact?
cobertura a través de
How
la
much we
plataforma
can grow
sin descuidar
in
lo
the
otro?
platform
Y me
without
interesa mucho también este eventual mensaje
forgetting
equívoco.
the
No sé,
rest.
en el sistema americano puede ser distinto, pero
And
uno de los
maybe
grandes
in your
desafíos que tenemos
system, in the
nosotros como
American
sistema
system,
educativo
one
es
of our
que los
challenges is
estudiantes
that the students
valoren la
are going to
presencialidad, el
value
venir
to
al
come,
campus,
to be
el venir a
present,
clases.
to come
Por otro
to
lado, nosotros
take lessons.
les transmitimos que
And
podemos
we
ofrecer servicios
also
que no
tell
requieren
them
presencia.
that we
Entonces,
have
¿cómo
services that don't
adecuamos
need
ese discurso?
that
¿Cómo
presence? So
encontramos
how
ese fino
we
equilibrio? Sé
make
que es
that
el corazón de lo
balance,
que tú has presentado,
and I
pero me
think it's the
gustaría
core of what
ver
you
si podemos
presented.
profundizar aún más en
Maybe we
dónde
can
está ese
deepen
equilibrio,
more.
que
Where's
logra
the balance
cobertura
where we can
sin
have
transmitir un
coverage
mensaje
without
equívoco.
conveying the wrong message?
That's such a wonderful question.
Es
One,
una pregunta maravillosa.
I have to take that out or I can't.
Necesito sacarme esto, si no, no puedo.
You know, I think you're hitting on
Creo que
something
estás tocando un tema
is really shifting in this moment.
que está
I actually
cambiando en
think
este
that the new
momento.
digital divide
Creo que la
is really
división
about
digital
access to
ahora
humans.
es-
It used to be that access to
tiene que ver con el
technology
acceso
was
a los
what
seres
privilege
humanos.
brought
Antes el
you.
privilegio traía acceso
Now I think
a lo digital.
we
Ahora
use technology
creo que
only
usamos
solutions
las
for those with the
soluciones
least power and
tecnológicas
least privilege.
con
And access to a
aquellos que
human
tienen
coach, a
menos
human advisor,
privilegios.
a human
Y el
professor
acceso
in the
a
room
un
is what privilege
humano, un
gets you.
profesor humano
And I think that this
en la
tension
sala es
is
lo que te da el
really
privilegio. Y creo que
complex
esa
because
tensión
at
es
the
muy
surface,
compleja,
technology
porque en la
appears to be
superficie, la
providing the same
tecnología
thing. But there's nothing underneath it,
mismo, pero no
right?
hay nada debajo.
So for us,
Por lo tanto,
it
para nosotros,
really required
realmente
rooting
se
in those
requiere
principles and thinking about
enraizar
what
en
does
esos
transparency
principios y
look
ver
like?
cómo se ve
What
la
does
transparencia.
empowerment look
¿Cómo
like?
se ve
So
el
as we
empoderamiento?
designed the My
Por lo
Coach
tanto,
tool, we were
a
very
medida que
clear in its
diseñábamos la
instructions
herramienta My
that,
Coach,
about
My
what
Tool,
it
My
was.
Coach,
It never
teníamos
pretends
clara
to be
de
human.
lo que era. Nunca
It might
intentó ser
speak in a
humano,
human way,
puede
but it
hablar de
never
una
says,
manera
I am a
humana,
coach.
pero nunca dice, soy
Right?
un
It doesn't
instructor.
offer students
Ofrece
guidance
a
around
los
mental health.
estudiantes guía
It
acerca
doesn't do
de
relationship building. When a student
No ayuda
tries to
con
do those
la
things, the underlying
salud
instructions
mental
in the
o
tool
ayuda con las
say,
relaciones cuando el estudiante
I'm not
trata de
human.
hacerlo.
I can't help
Dice,
in this way,
no soy
but
humano,
here's
no
how to
puedo
get in
ayudarte
touch with a
con eso,
coach,
pero
with your
te
coach,
puedo ayudar
your human
a
coach. And so
ponerte en
for
contacto
us, it
con
was
tu
really
entrenador,
about
con
understanding
tu
very clearly
instructor humano. Para mí,
what the
hay que
work
entender
was that we
claramente
thought
cuál era el
technology
trabajo
could do
que la
expertly,
tecnología podía hacer muy bien,
and where human intuition and
donde
discernment
la
was
intuición
necessary,
humana y el
and building
discernimiento
the
era
tool to
necesaria, y
enable those
construir una
paths
herramienta para permitir
and
esos
shortcut
caminos
others.
y
Because
hacer atajos en los otros.
it is impossible to imagine,
Porque es
especially in this
imposible
moment,
imaginar,
but really
especialmente
in any
actualmente,
moment,
pero en cualquier
when there
momento,
will be enough
cuando
resources
habrá suficientes
pointed at
recursos
higher
que
education
van a
that
apuntar a
every
la
student who
educación
has need
universitaria
has
para que
access to a
cualquiera que lo
personal
necesita va
human
a tener
coach.
un acceso
So then the question
a un
becomes, how do we
entrenador
help
humano.
human coaching
Entonces,
reach
¿cómo
more
vamos a
students?
ayudar
And for
a
us,
que
that means
los
if our human
los
coaches are not answering the same
instructores
question
puedan
about
ayudar a
when
más
the registration deadline is
estudiantes?
at a campus,
Entonces,
they have
para
more
nosotros
time,
es
more
importante que ellos
availability
tengan
to
más
answer the
tiempo y
questions
más
about belonging,
habilidad para
about family
responder
struggle, about choosing a
a
major that
preguntas de
really
problemas de
require the
relación, de
human
familia,
connection.
las que realmente necesitan conexiones humanas,
Muchas gracias,
y
Yves.
no tanto
Muy
las
interesante.
que pueden ser respondidas
Otra
de
era
manera,
quizás un poco una pregunta. ¿Is
fácil
working?
por una inteligencia artificial.
Is translating to English or not?
Translating only into Spanish.
I can go in English if you want.
Puedo continuar en inglés si así lo deseas.
No, I don't know. I can go in English. I understand that the rest that needs have a translation to Spanish. So I was thinking in the experience we have here about inclusion of students from first generation families, students, that the classmates can play a key role in inclusion, in helping. Do you see a way that your platform can also bring the collaboration of the classmates into the conversation? I know that you are not working on that, but it's a bit complicated, but I'm trying to think and how we can replicate many of the things that we know that are helpful when we go to help as humans. How can this also help using this platform? And I'm thinking about the role of the classmates, of the rest of the community, not just the coach or the administrators, but the rest of the community, particularly the other students.
I think that's a great question, and there's a lot of opportunity there. One of the things that we have tested in prior years was whether more advanced students
estudiantes más avanzados, que también son de la primera generación, que también son más experimentados, si serían capaces de proveer entrenamiento o ser un coach o entrenador más avanzado. Son estudiantes, ya llegaron a tercero o cuarto año de la universidad, y lo que encontramos es que para los estudiantes de primera generación,
not linear. It's not as if in their first term and second term they need help, but if they do well by the end of their first year, it's a straight line to graduation. In fact, in the United States at least, what we see is that the challenges that emerge for students are often episodic, they come and go, but more importantly, they're often structural. Right? They're not about the student's own capacity. It's a scholarship that was canceled. It's a single class in their major that they couldn't get enrollment into. And so suddenly they need an extra semester at school, and they don't have the money for that. Those kinds of challenges can emerge at any point in a student's career. And it has been challenging for students who haven't made it to the end to provide peer support. And then the other component really is this sense of belonging. Often what we see in the United States is when students who are more privileged encounter challenges, they think it's the problem of the professor, terrible teacher, terrible book, bad university, right? And when first-generation students encounter a problem or challenge, they think that it's them, that they are not cut out for university. And in that way, having somebody who is like you in experience is actually really critical. Our coaches, we call it coaching and not advising because they're not telling students what to do. They really are helping students access their own knowledge, their own compass, their own understanding of their goals and how to achieve them, but giving them a space to be in conversation with somebody else to enable that. And I think that is possible with classmates, but it's not guaranteed. And it's not guaranteed with graduated coaches either, but we have a little more control. One of the other things for us is that our coaches are full-time employees of Beyond 12. And we do that on purpose so that they themselves are really focused on becoming expert at providing the human, empathetic, impactful support that it takes to get students to graduation.
Thank you. We can keep going in English if you want. Perhaps it's more difficult for them to translate my English, but anyway. Yeah. But I will give them a lot of work. So you comment that most of the coaches are employees from Beyond 12. So my question was going on to that direction. What is the role of the university? So I guess that your approach, the human-centered approach or the app, your My Coach app, also have to be very coordinated with the university. So how do you work that? What is the role of the university on all this process?
It's such a great question. Our most successful partnerships, most impactful outcomes come when we are in close collaboration with the universities, both in terms of providing the university-specific, program-specific information that off-the-shelf ChatGPT doesn't have and can't, because look, our students are, all of are already going to ChatGPT to get answers about where the financial aid office is or how to enroll in classes and when that deadline is. But if we can provide more personal but more accurate, program-specific, major-specific, school-specific information, our students are better off. Right? And so working with universities, that is essential, but also understanding how students are doing, not just on their grades at the end of the term, but as they're progressing through the coursework. How are students doing gives us the information needed to know when a student needs more intrusive support. So we partner with universities in a range of ways. Sometimes universities have the My Coach app point to their own advisors, right? So they use the hashtag human, and it goes to the advising office on the campus. Sometimes it goes to the Beyond 12 coaches. And Beyond 12 coaches are not answering the same questions that the advisors will. What they're doing is helping students build the skill to ask an advisor the right question, to go in and make the appointment, to give them a little cheering on, and to help them take that new skill and carry it forward with them throughout their education. That's really the work of coaching. It augments, it supports, it amplifies the work that's happening on the campus.
Thank you very much. So we have time for one last question. So I know that it's very early and you just started less than 2 years ago to build up this app, but do you have any preliminary results about what's going on, and what is your expectation? Do you think that you can get to the great results that you were getting with your human intense coaching?
It's a good question. So we didn't go down this path without data. We had many years of pilots to get here. So we began with a different My Coach app that was just like a standalone mobile app. And it provided the informational and the transactional without the back and forth conversation. And that we have a randomized controlled trial that showed 13.7 percentage point increase in community college completion from use of the app. It's pretty stellar. And so that gave us directional evidence that we were on the right path, that students had appetite for this kind of tool, and that it would have an impact. Then we tested a two-way chatbot that was not generative AI, but had sort of decision tree answers to questions. And we saw that students would use it, that it did not detract from human coaching. It was not the case that when students used the chatbot, they used their coach less. In fact, those two were very correlated. So that, again, gave us directional evidence that not only could this be effective, but it would not disrupt the human coaching. So those things together bring us to this moment. We do not have outcomes data yet because it's the first year. It'll take us till next winter when we'll be able to look at whether students who used the tool this year remain enrolled in college next year. However, we have a lot of directional evidence that the component parts are effective.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very good news. So probably there are many more questions that we would like to ask, but it's lunchtime, so we have to take care of that. So thank you very much, Eve, for being here, for sharing your work in such an important topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A pleasure.
Muchas gracias. Agradecemos a la doctora Chapiro por su interesante intervención y por supuesto al señor Juan Larraín por presentar y comentar esta conferencia. Invitamos al profesor Juan Larraín a entregar un presente a la doctora Chapiro por su participación.
Mr. Larraín to give Dr. Shapiro an acknowledgement for her participation in this conference.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
A continuación haremos
And
una
to
pausa
carry
de
on, we are
almuerzo
going
libre,
to
pero no
have
sin
a
antes
free lunch,
entregarles
but not
algunas
without first giving
indicaciones
you
y
some
recuerdos.
indications and reminders.
Lo primero,
First of
las
all,
salas en las que se
the
presentarán las
rooms
ponencias
that we
luego
will have our
del
talks
almuerzo
in
se encuentran
after
en el
lunch
piso
are
2,
on the
segundo
second
este edificio,
floor of
y el
this
programa de
building.
ponencia es muy
And the
importante
program
que
is
lo
very
puedan
important
escanear
that
desde su
we hope you can
credencial.
scan it from your
Asimismo,
credentials.
con esa
And with
credencial
that credential
código QR
and with
tienen
the
que ingresar a
QR
la sala
code, you
para
can get
registrar su
into
asistencia. De esa manera
the room and
podremos
register
certificar
your attendance, and that way we can
participaron
certify
de
that you
la jornada.
participated today in that activity.
Iniciaremos
We will
en estos momentos
initiate
la pausa de
the
almuerzo
lunch
y
pause
les
now,
invitamos a
and we would
regresar
like
a
to
las
invite you
2:15
to be back by
en punto
2:15
para poder
on the dot
seguir con la
to be
jornada
able
de
to
la tarde.
continue with the afternoon
Está la cafetería
activities.
Castaño,
We have a
aquí al lado, y
Castaño
al frente del barrio
cafeteria,
Las Tarrias, si
and we
quieren
have the Barrio Las Tarrias close
visitar.
by if you would like
Muchas
to visit it.
gracias.
Thank you very much.